up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh.
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Santa Maria, not yet present. Councilmember Stenton.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedman, not present. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here. Very good. And we have some ceremonial items to read.
Item 1, Wildfire Preparedness Month.
Okay. Mike, Mark. Wildfire Preparedness Month, May of 2025. Whereas the city of Santa Barbara faces an ongoing threat of wildfires due to its unique geography, seasonal weather patterns, and abundant natural vegetation, and whereas wildfires pose a significant risk to life, property, infrastructure, and the natural environment in and around our community, and whereas proactive wildfire preparedness efforts, including home hardening, defensible space maintenance, emergency planning, and community education, will greatly reduce the risk of wildfire-related loss and enhance community resilience. And whereas the City of Santa Barbara Fire Department, in coordination with the regional partners, actively works year-round to promote wildfire mitigation through public outreach, vegetation management, defensible space evaluations, and emergency preparedness training. And whereas residents, neighborhoods, and businesses all play a critical role in wildfire preparedness by taking action to protect their homes, families, and community before a fire starts. Whereas Wildfire Preparedness Month serves as an important opportunity to raise awareness, encourage participation in preparedness activities, and promote collaboration between public agencies and the community to reduce wildfire risk. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, California, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Wildfire Preparedness Month in the city of Santa Barbara and urge community members to take personal responsibility for wildfire readiness by preparing their homes, creating evacuation plans, and staying informed about fire conditions and emergency notifications. I also encourage residents to sign up for the emergency alerts at readysbc.org and to familiarize themselves with the Ready, Set, Go program, including developing and practicing their personal wildfire action plan. These critical steps help everyone to know how to prepare, when to leave, and how to stay safe during a wildfire emergency. So, congratulations. And a few words before you let Chris.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. One thing I learned is to read the resolution before I write my comments, because then my comments became very brief, so I appreciate that. I wanted to just say a couple of things. Number one, thank you. Very thorough resolution, really hit the highlights of what our community is all about. Really appreciate that. It takes a village. We are 111 members of our fire department. It takes an entire community to buy in to wildfire protection and wildfire preparedness. Santa Barbara is no stranger to wildfires. 1977 Sycamore Fire, 2008 T Fire, 2009 Heceta Fire, and today, May 6th, is the 16th anniversary of the Heceta Fire, moving from the foothills above Santa Barbara into the city of Santa Barbara through Mission Canyon, which burned over a Ventura County fire crew on Spyglass Ridge. So it happened 16 years ago today. We are continually, as a fire department, addressing the threat of wildfire and really appreciate an engaged and appreciative community. So there's a whole lot of people here with me today. So I have Fire Marshal Ryan DiGiulio. I have Wildland Fire Specialist Mark Fontillo, and then he's going to introduce a couple of our VIPs that are to my left here that are not used to having a roof over their head when they're working, and I can tell you that they are more clean than I've ever seen them. So Mark's going to just talk a little bit more about what we're doing in the community on a daily basis.
Mr. Mayor, council members, just take a moment to, first of all, acknowledge we don't do this alone. It takes partnerships, and I want to recognize our internal partnership with Park and Recs, as well as our external partners back there with the Santa Barbara County Fire Safe Council. It takes all of us to get it going, but really, in the end, it takes the people to do the work. We've had a lot of planning documents over the years. This is now the second year that we've actually been able to implement some of these projects, and it's making a big difference. And so just congratulate these guys for getting the work done. Thank you.
So thank you, Mayor Rouse and members of council. We will frame this at the fire department. Appreciate again the community's involvement, council's involvement, and a collaborative city. We're getting great work done. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and thanks to your whole team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Administrator, we have some employee recognitions.
We do. I'm pleased to announce the May 2025 Service Awards, one of whom, I hope he's not leaving the room, but I know he doesn't get called up, but I'm going to acknowledge him anyway. We have a couple employees who are here with us today, and wanted to first start with our 10-year award recipient, Vince Wong, Applications Analyst from our IT department. We'll give him a round of applause. And then for 20 years of service, we have Josh Thompson, our Information Technology Technician 2, Mark Cavalier, Engineering Technician 2 in Public Works, Kevin Strausberg, Project Engineer 1 in Parks and Recreation, Alberto Cuevas, Senior Airport Maintenance Worker in the Airport Department, and he is in the room. So Ryan DiGiulio from our Fire Marshal in the Fire Department, so 20 years of service. And then we have two employees who are celebrating some pretty spectacular milestones of service with the city that are going to get to come up and be recognized. And first and foremost, for 30 years of service, Roger Arroyo, our Water Distribution Supervisor in Public Works. Is Roger?
So much.
So Roger Arroyo, Water Distribution Supervisor, 30 years of service. Roger Arroyo began his career with the City of Santa Barbara in May 1995 as an Electronics Communication Technician 2 in the Public Works Department. He was quickly recognized for his work ethic, problem-solving ability, and dedication to serving his team and the city. In 2000, Roger was promoted to the role of Senior Electronics Communications Technician, where he was responsible for leading larger projects, including upgrades to the city's telecommunications network. Roger was next promoted in 2004 to Senior Control Systems Operator Specialist in the Water Division, where he was able to use both his technical skills and his leadership abilities. He upgraded the communication and controls for the city's water distribution system, which proved essential for monitoring water system performance and maintaining water service during the 2008 T fire and the 2009 Jesuita fire. Roger has received many awards for his work, including Public Works Employee of the Month and Team of the Month for his role in water distribution's response to wildfires. Roger was promoted to Water Distribution Supervisor in 2017, the position he currently holds. In this role, he oversees the operations and capital improvement for critical water systems assets and Water Resources Emergency Services Program, which serves many departments throughout the city. He earned a D5 Water Distribution Operator certification from the California Department of Drinking Water, the highest certification attainable, and a requirement to operate the city's complex water system. Roger's strong leadership, dedication, and consistency have made him a standout employee. He values Santa Barbara and enjoys the privilege of serving the city. He is well respected throughout the organization and by the strong team he has helped build. The city is fortunate to have him as a leader. Roger was raised and resides in Santa Barbara. When not working, he enjoys barbecuing and cooking for his friends and family. Roger Arroyo, on behalf of the City Council, the residents of Santa Barbara, and your fellow employees, it is a great pleasure to honor you for your exemplary career and your outstanding service to our committee.
I just want to say thank you for the opportunities that have been given to me, and thank everybody that's helped me along the way. Thank you.
And last but certainly not least, we are celebrating Maricela Salinas and 35 years of service as a senior planner with our community development department. And I think if you probably wanted to know the history of any building that's going on in the city, she probably knows what's happened there. So Maricela.
I got to say, I like Roger's speaking style way more than Chris Mail's, but that was just personal preference. Maricela Salinas, Senior Planner 1, 35 years of service. Maricela Salinas began her career with the City of Santa Barbara as a temporary recording clerk in May 1990. She was quickly recognized for her wide-ranging interests and abilities, serving as an acting planning technician and acting senior recording secretary in the early 1990s. She was appointed to a permanent planning technician position in 1994, followed by 2 promotions within 6 years, then advancing to the position of project planner in 2013. Maricela worked as the recording secretary to the design review boards before becoming the lead design staff review person. She then moved to the development review section, where she worked on high-profile, complex projects, including the Rogers Tract housing development and the Santa Barbara Zoo. She later transferred to the zoning section, where she oversaw counter operations. In 2021, Maricela earned a promotion to Senior Planner 1, the position she currently holds. In this role, she supervises the zoning plan check and counter services, mentoring and training staff members, past and present, who are often on the first point of contact for customers seeking to understand how complex land use and zoning laws impact their project. That's a big one, I know. Especially skilled at distilling complicated information into user-friendly terms, she assists people in all phases of their developments and knows the right questions to ask to truly help solve problems. Maricela is a go-to person in the community development when it comes to technology application, and she is instrumental in the city's ongoing refinement of the Excella Civic platform. With a firm understanding of the technological needs and business practices of city staff and customers, she strives to improve the customer experience on a daily basis. Maricela, on behalf of the City Council, the residents of Santa Barbara, and your fellow employees, it is my pleasure to honor you here today for your exemplary 35-year career with the City of Santa Barbara and recognize your outstanding service to our community. Congratulations, Maricela.
Thank you very much. I'm actually nervous this time. This is my third. I think it'll be my last. I can't believe it's been 35 years. Like, it's just flown. It's been crazy. It just seems like just yesterday I started with the city. There was a bunch of us that started. We're all in our 20s, and we were all young and full of dreams and hopes, and they're all gone now, and I'm the last one standing. I don't know what happened. I was really lucky to join this organization. It allowed me to find my path. I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life or my career or anything. And I was able to thrive. I had a great mentors along the way, great planners, directors. Dave Davis was the community development director when I started. Don Olson was the city planner. Mayor Lodge was the mayor. That was my first test, was coming in here. And it was a room full of people testing homelessness, and I had to write the minutes. That was my test. And it's just crazy. I really enjoy what I do. I love that I get to help people, even when like the conversations we have are difficult. And I may have had some conversations with some of you in this room before. As you know, planners' jobs are not easy. It's very usual practice is that we're stuck in the middle. You've got a group of people that are on one side of an argument and the other group on the opposite side, and we have to kind of walk that fine line between everybody and give everybody a voice. I keep getting asked, like, when am I leaving? You know? And my answer is when I'm no longer happy. This may sound like a cliche, but a large part of my happiness is due to my coworkers. They are more than my coworkers. They are my friends. They are my extended family. They've been with me through my highs and my lows. I wouldn't be here where I am today without them and my family. And my one piece of advice is and I said this last time, and I say, find your happy place, because life's too short to spend a large part of your time in a place that makes you unhappy. You want to look back on your career with a smile, and hopefully not too many regrets. Thank you.
Thank you. Very cool. All right, very good. Ms. McAdoo, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, there are not, Mayor.
Okay, we're going to give it just a second here to let the floodgates empty out here. Wow. Who's at work? Okay, I think, Madam Clerk, we can go ahead and read some consent items you have to read.
Are there no changes to the agenda?
Go ahead, go right ahead, please.
Very good. For consent calendar, item 4, amending Santa Barbara Municipal Code by adding section 17.12.200 relating to vessel insurance requirements and section 17.12.210 relating to process, enforcement, and ability to appeal. Ordinance introduction, recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code, SBMC, by adding section 17.12.200 relating to vessel insurance requirements and section 17.12.210 relating to process enforcement and ability to appeal. Item 5, accept donations from the Santa Barbara Police Foundation for the Police Department Canine and Special Weapons and Tactics SWAT Units Resolution. Recommendation the council B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 24066, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2025 to increase revenue and expenditure appropriation by $30,000 in the Canine Fund and by $10,000 in the Miscellaneous Grants Fund for exclusive use and benefit of the Santa Barbara Police Department for the purchase of a canine and safety equipment and equipment for the SWAT unit. Item 6, contract for construction of the De La Vina Street Bridge Replacement Project Resolution Agreement. Recommendation the council C, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 24066, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2025 to appropriate funds for the De La Vina Street Bridge Replacement Project. Item 7, contracts for construction of the Dwight Murphy Field Renewal Project Resolution Agreement. Recommendation the council D, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 24066, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2025 to increase revenue and expenditure appropriations by $6 million in the fiscal year 2025 capital outlay fund for the Dwight Murphy Field Renewal Project. Item 8, Santa Barbara Airport Environmental Review for the Terminal Improvement Project Resolution Agreement. Recommendation the council B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 24066, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2025 to appropriate funds for environmental review of the terminal improvement project at Santa Barbara Airport. And that is all to read on the consent calendar, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good, thank you. Are there any items that council wishes to pull for discussion or vote? Okay, I do have one request to speak on item 5, so that'll come up when we get back to the pulled consent items. Can I get a motion on the balance of the consent calendar absent item 5?
So moved.
Moved by Harmon,
Second.
second by Gutierrez. May we have the vote thing working with the?
We shall see, Mr. Mayor. And confirming there are no hands raised to speak on the remainder of the consent calendar. And this is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by
Mr.
Councilmember
Gutierrez,
Gutierrez for the entirety of the consent calendar,
except for item 5.
except item 5. And go ahead and vote.
And pass unanimously with all present, Mayor Friedman absent. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to general public comment. I don't have any speaker slips on general public comment at this time. Are there any speakers online for general public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. With that, we will close general public comment and move to the pulled consent items. I have a request to speak on item 5 by Tony Vallejo. Mr. Vallejo, you have 3 minutes at the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Again, my name is Tony Vallejo. This is Denise Sanford. We are colleagues on the board for the Police Foundation for Santa Barbara. Greg Hans couldn't be here today. He's out of town, but he asked us to come down and speak to the grant. We just wanted to reaffirm our commitment to the Santa Barbara Police Department and their chief back there. There she is. And tell you thank you very much for letting us help. We're looking forward to seeing that K-9 officer out there protecting the public and the other equipment we purchased, and let you know and reaffirm that we are still committed to helping the police any way we can. So that was it. Please don't vote no because I had it pulled from the agenda, okay? Vote yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your commitment to that organization. All right, may I have a motion on item 5?
I'll make the motion.
Moved by Sneddon and second by Gutierrez. May we have the vote, please?
Yes, this is a motion for item 5, motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Gutierrez. For item 5, please go ahead and vote the recommended action for item 5.
Passed unanimously with all present, absent with Rick Freeman. Thank you. Okay, very good. And with that, we'll move on to the main event. Would you read item 12, please?
Item 12, City Administrator's recommended two-year financial plan for fiscal years 2026 and 2027 and operating and capital budget for fiscal year 2027.
Okay, very good. This is item 12. It's going to be a rather lengthy report on our budget. We'll format it slightly differently, but as far as public speaking goes, I'm going to ask everybody that's going to submit a speaker slip to submit it by 2:30, or if you're online, to raise your hand by 2:30. At the point of time when that comes up, I'm going to announce the amount of time per speaker, because I'm not sure just yet how many speakers we're going to have. All righty? And the public comments, by the way, are going to be heard at the end of staff presentation. This is a non-action item, but we have to get through a number of presentations and a lot of volume. So, Madam Administrator, do you have a comment you'd like to make about this?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to be here with our budget team today to present in much more detail each of the departmental operating budgets along with capital budgets. We are consolidating the presentation this year, so you'll see all of the general fund departments and the enterprise fund departments. We'll go through the presentation alphabetically by department. What we are proposing is that after each departmental presentation, we'll pause briefly, allow any questions or comments from council on that particular department, and then try to get through all of the departments. And at the end, then we would do public comments and then have time for any final council questions or comments. And again, you'll see on the schedule, this is leading up to budget adoption on June 17th, so just another step in our process. Today, we'll really be focused on some of the key changes that departments are making, and I think for most of the general fund departments, you will see very minimal changes. We really focused on trying to maintain a status quo budget this year, and any new positions that were added, we, in the general fund at least, we attempted to offset with either other position vacancies or revenues. And so really tried to focus on fiscal responsibility and kind of just trying to get a sense of where we think the budget will be before we implement the Measure I and the Measure I revenues come in. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Budget Manager Natalia Glusik, who's going to kick us off.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, our council members, and our public. My name is Natalia Glusek. I'm the budget manager for the city. I have with me today Ms. Jordan Needle and Ms. Kat Valencia, who are our two budget analysts, and our finance director, Keith DeMartini, who you know well. So the agenda for today, we'll be going over the budget calendar once again, just to remind us where we are in the process and what that process is. We'll have a couple of larger structural changes that we wanted to talk about and just highlight. Then we will go through this particular but upcoming budget year department by department. We do have staff on hand to answer more detailed questions, and we will be stopping, as Ms. Magadou mentioned, after each section so that we can get those questions answered while they're fresh in your head. At the end, we will stop for questions, public comment, and discussion for any additional topics. Our recommendation today is that the council hear a report from staff in connection with the city administrator's recommended 2-year financial plan for fiscal years 2026 and 2027, and operating capital budget for the fiscal year, operating and capital budget for the fiscal year 2026. So this slide has been shown before. This is our budget calendar and kind of how the budget rolls each year. It's fairly consistent. In October, we update our multi-year forecast. We look out past the 5 years, but we kind of concentrate on that first 5 years as uncertainty builds as you get further out. Our departments start looking at what positions they might need, how their staff is allocated, so that they can make what requests they might want for the upcoming year. We also bring in the entire city to have a budget kickoff, and that is where the city administrator shares her vision for the year, et cetera. And then in January is really where the departments dig in. This is a citywide process. There is a lot of work that goes in. There's a lot of discussion. There is a lot of collaboration that goes on. So this is when that really happens. We have meetings between departments with the city administrator, deciding how to best use limited resources to deliver on services for our city. We also produce the capital budget, which is a plan for what we want to do capital-wise across the city. We try to align that first 2 years with the upcoming budget. We also are cognizant of things that might need to be done we cannot do currently for various reasons, for whatever resource constraint is denying that. But we want to get that in there as well so that we can keep it on the board and drive towards getting those things done. We also look at making sure that the general fund is balanced. We're all very familiar with the cost cutting that's happened in prior years. This year, we did not have to do those cost cuttings, largely because of the adoption of Measure I, which allowed us a little bit more latitude with the budget and the ability to deliver on service without making cuts to other programs. So that brings us to where we are today. We proposed the budget and filed it a couple of weeks ago. And then we went to Finance Committee last week, and then we looked at all of the fee changes. Today, we're doing our presentation department by department to council. And if all goes well over the next month, we'll get to the point where we adopt the budget. And then for the beginning of the new fiscal year, we implement, we look at carryovers of projects that didn't finish and appropriations that can still be used, and the other parts of internal services and cost allocating that go into making a budget for the following year. So this is our budget hearing schedule. As stated, we published the budget on the 22nd and brought that to budget as a presentation. Last week, we went ahead and had a presentation giving a very high-level overview to the Finance Committee. We've also had a couple of commissions that we've presented to in the meantime. Today, we are presenting the entirety of the budget, all funds, and all major changes. So that's what we're doing today, and stopping between departments for questions. In the coming weeks, there will be a council priority workshop to help with the production of a formal strategic plan for the city. And then budget deliberations will happen on the 10th of June. And then if all goes well, everything will get adopted on the 17th. So now we're going to review some structural changes, the major ones for the year. So what you see before you is a very small part of a complete organizational chart. What we want to concentrate on are the shaded portions. So the Housing and Human Services, which consists of affordable housing, community development block grants, and human services, and rental housing and mediation, is currently under community development, as is the community vitality group, which is all things State Street and business promoted related. Over to the right side of the slide, you'll see in the green the entirety of the downtown parking fund, which includes at this moment plaza support, which is the cleaning of State Street, the upkeep of the plaza area, et cetera. And then you also have the Downtown Ambassador Program, which are the people in the red shirts you see walking around on the street answering questions for people, and also in our lobby helping direct people to where they might need to go. In blue at the bottom of that column, you'll see Transportation Administration, which is currently also under the Downtown Parking Group. The next slide shows our proposed reorganization, bringing Housing and Human Services and Community Vitality into the City Administrator's office, as well as the majority of the Downtown Parking Group, leaving Transportation Administration under Public Works with the Engineering Group, where Transportation Planning currently resides. We are proposing one additional position for this move, which would be a Deputy City Administrator to oversee these groups. The changes in programs that you see below are the addition of a homelessness services group and the downtown services group, which includes the plaza support and the downtown ambassadors. We are not proposing to cut any positions or to create new positions. This is really literally just changing who these people are reporting to. I will turn it over to Director DeMartini to speak about Measure I.
Good afternoon, members of the council. I want to give a quick update on Measure I. Measure I was passed by the voters back in November, and fiscal year 2026 will be the first full fiscal year worth of revenue that we project to receive. We're projecting $15.1 million in fiscal year 2026 and about $15.5 million in fiscal year 2027. And on this slide, you will see staff's proposal about how to allocate those revenues. Again, the public messaging, the ballot measure itself was about maintaining essential services to this community. And so the vast majority of Measure I revenues are being proposed to go towards existing staff resources in police, fire, parks and recreation, and library. First, with the police department, we're proposing to fund 34 positions using Measure I sales tax revenue, 3 of which were previously frozen and not funded in prior fiscal years to achieve expenditure reduction targets. So we want to unfreeze them and fill them. Next, with the fire department, proposing to fund 19 firefighters. Then with Parks and Recreation, proposing to continue to pay for 8 existing positions, as well as replenishing the reduced funding from a prior budget cycle for after-school program that is coordinated by the school district. And then with the library, we're proposing to fund 4 librarians and 1 library tech, and then also to fund digital collection services as well as security services, both of which were funded through one-time funding sources in prior fiscal years, primarily the American Rescue Plan Act. So those are existing services that we are proposing to continue to fund through Measure I going forward. And then also, there are 5 existing homeless service contracts that we have where there is some uncertain funding, and we want to be able to leverage Measure I for those services to continue going forward into through fiscal year 2027. Those are all existing services and existing positions. On top of that, staff is also proposing 2 separate transfers. The first one is $1.5 million in each year to go towards housing and homeless services. This would be a transfer out of the general fund into a separate fund, and it gives the city council full and complete control and the discretion to appropriate those funds as you see fit for those types of services. And then another transfer of $1.5 million in each year into the newly created Local Housing Trust Fund, which would be used for more capital housing projects. It's really important to note that the city does receive quite a bit of federal funding, and Measure I could be a funding source that the city council could choose to use if federal dollars decrease coming to us, primarily in CDBG grants that we receive, as well as home funds, both of which support housing and homeless and other types of rental assistance programs. Over the 2-year period through fiscal year 27, those funds currently are around $2.7 million. So those funds are at risk, and Measure I could be a funding source to sort of backfill the lost funding in both of those programs and other ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeMartini. Next, we'll look at the departments and the full budget, so strap in. All right, so first, let's just look at some of our budgetary settings. We are softening our tax revenues. Over the past few years, we've seen a very strong increase in our tax revenues. that has softened significantly. They are still increasing just at a much lesser rate. So we're leveling off to a real new normal. There's also a great deal of economic uncertainty going on right now. As you will see within the departments, there are several funds, and as Mr. DeMartini mentioned with the CDBG funds and some of the grant funding, that we're not quite sure if we're going to get given this current economic climate. Also, we are implementing a formal strategic plan headed by the council to give our departments more direction and a firmer idea of where we want to go as a city. The Measure I tax implementation is going into effect, as Mr. DeMartini just described. Again, this is additional funds for the general fund that are allowing us to continue with existing services. If it were not for this Measure I funding, we may have to make cuts either to those services or elsewhere within the budget. So this really allows us to continue with those services for our community. The recently completed class and compensation study was long overdue and will be implemented in the coming year. So that is going to be a big lift for us. Also, our pension costs are increasing and our unfunded liability continues to be a concern as we continue to address that. We are focusing on project delivery, and what that means is we have a great deal of projects out there that we are trying to accomplish, and before we start new ones or propose new ones, we really want to deliver on those. We want to complete those, so that is our focus in the coming cycle. And as mentioned before, the reorganization, moving the downtown services, housing and homeless services, and the downtown parking group under the city administrator. You'll see on the coming slides information categorized into major changes and major efforts under the highlights section, if there are any fee changes, and we'll talk about capital as well. As a reminder, there are three different main types of funds. The first is the general fund we're all familiar with. This is mostly funded by taxes and some other special revenues. This is where your tax dollars go and what the tax dollars pay for. And so that is for services that the entire community benefits from. Things like safety, fire and police, the library, parks and recreation, all of the things that go into keeping those things running are funded by the general fund. The next group is enterprise funds. The shorthand on an enterprise fund is these run a bit more like a business. Their revenue comes in from fees that are paid for services, and they are responsible for their own fund balances and have a bit more separation from the rest of the city because of that. You'll see a listing of those funds, and where you see a parenthetical statement, that is the division or department that is in charge of that fund. So the airport has its own fund. Downtown parking is a separate fund from the general fund. It is an enterprise fund, and it will be run by city administration. Clean energy is going to be under sustainability, resilience, et cetera, down the list. The next large grouping is our internal service funds, also known as ICS, Internal City Services. So these are services that the city supplies to itself. So things like energy management. We pay utility bills to our energy group. Facilities, the building that you are in, if there's a wall that needs to be painted, a roof that needs fixing, a hole in the wall, our facilities group does this, and the rest of the departments pay in a portion of what it costs for them to run. Same thing with the fleet, which is all of the cars that you see with city badging running around, including the police fleet. There's a replacement cost to those, and there's a maintenance cost to those, and so the divisions will pay in proportionately on that. Same thing with information technology and, of course, our self-insurance fund. All right, so let's hear about the departments because they're much more interesting. So the first department up is our airport. They have 82 full-time equivalents, and by full-time equivalent, that means you'll see some proportions. We do not have partial people, but some people will not work full-time, or they're partly split between two departments. So they have 82 full heads. Their budget is approximately $46 million. That includes $8.5 million of capital that gets transferred from the operating fund to the capital fund for use there. Some highlights for this year, we had some overhires in the division, and what overhires are we ask for positions from council once a year. And if we have to hire to do a stopgap hiring, so say we have to hire somebody in February, but we're going to request those positions for the July budget start date, these are overhires. So there were 6 positions that we are asking to add and make permanent. There are 2 airport police officers that we're asking to add for security, and 1 assistant airport director. And we'll see the numbers on those in a moment. Supplies and services are expected to go up about 1.7 million, mostly due to increased airline routes and some of the marketing and promotions that are going on, and also technology upgrades and increased utility costs. Continuing on with the highlights, we are beginning phase 2 of the Southfield redevelopment, and what that is an expansion on one side of the airport to create some more long-term parking. And so that will decrease the need for off-site parking and overflow. And the effect of that will be approximately a $1 million bonus to the city. And then that breaks down to about $300,000 in additional parking fees and a savings of $700,000 for the shuttle that runs back and forth to the off-site parking. You'll see down the right side of the slide the several capital projects that the airport has planned, including that South Airfield parking project. We have some other large projects such as the creek maintenance, runway extensions, remodels, some stormwater improvements, and others. And again, we have staff on hand if you have any specific questions about those positions. Looking specifically at their revenue, that use of money and property is predominantly terminal revenues for parking terminal revenues and parking is about $9 million under the terminal group lease revenues. The commercial airline revenues are also included in the use of money and property. And that includes landing fees, building rents, and followed by some non-commercial aviation, which is specifically Atlantic and Signature, and finally commercial industrial properties, which is everything that's outside of the fence north of Hollister, so the properties that are airport owned and then rented out. The intergovernmental line is predominantly FAA grants, which are tied to specific projects and adopted by council as they're confirmed. And due to the uncertainty around federal funding at this moment, we are not budgeting actively for that. We're waiting to see what we can actually get our hands on as those monies become available and we plan projects and bring those to council. The internal charges are due to that transfer that I mentioned beforehand, that $8.5 million in capital. So that's what that transfer is in as a revenue. You'll see it going out on the next slide. So some major highlights are there's about a $713,000 increase to salaries and benefits due to that assistant airport director, the 2 police officers, and the 6 overhires converting to permanent positions. The increase to supplies and services, again, is driven by marketing efforts, technology upgrades, and facility maintenance. We have some special projects that are actually reducing because of that $700,000 of the parking shuttle that would be eliminated after the Southfield project is completed. Next slide. Here we have the airport fund balances and reserves. I'm going to spend a little moment on this slide. Most of the reserves slides will look pretty close to this in the same format. The first, on the right side of the slide, is kind of a key to what these different types of monies are. So the first 3 are what we call our reserve. It's broken into disaster, capital, and contingency. And the disaster, of course, is for natural disasters, which we're all very familiar with. The capital is unplanned or unexpected capital investment. So something gets wrecked and we have to fix it, et cetera. There's a number of things that can happen. So we keep that on hand. And then there's a contingency to address any unexpected events. The most inaccessible part of this are the restricted funds. Those are funds that are legally obligated to be paid. So they're encumbrances, so they're something that we have a contract against, and we will have to pay those. So those are not accessible for any other reason. Assigned is the remainder of it, really. That is what we, leftover money, kind of, but we have an intent for it. We are planning to use it for something. And each of these departments has a plan for that money. In subsequent slides, we can talk about that. For the airport, you can see that assigned portion in orange at the top of the bars. And that was built up, and now they're going to use a large portion of that for that Southfield Air project because they do not have grant funding for it. They're going to pay it out of their reserve. If you go up from the bottom, you will see the disaster policy reserves in red, the capital and other policy reserves in green, and if there are any contingencies, they will be in that purple color. And the yellow bar that you see going across is the policy target. So that is that 30% total that they're trying to make. So they are in a healthy space. They are above their policy. Are there any questions for the airport?
As we do these different sections, I'm going to ask my colleagues once again, because there's no action, we can do questions and comments at the same time. There'll also be a period at the end of the entire presentation for comments. But I'm going to ask us all to be mindful of the fact this is just one of many departments we're going to see. So if we can just keep our things as brief as possible during this portion, that'd be great. So with that, I will entertain, anybody need a question or a comment? Well, I guess that shut that down, didn't it? Well. All right, very good. Well, thank you very much, Luzak. We'll move on then to your,
Thank you,
oh,
Mayor.
yeah, Ms. Sneddon.
Mayor Rouse, I was just wondering if we could extend the public comment period so that people can see the whole presentation and then still be able to make public comment if they wanted to.
There'll be a public comment at the end of this whole thing.
At the end, but I think
Yeah.
you cut off public comment at 2:30.
I cut up is submitting slips.
Right, but someone may be watching the next hour and a half or two of
Well,
present.
we'll see what the participation is, but once again, because we have so much material to cover, what we don't want to do is, we want to hear from people, but we also want to make sure we get through the material, so we'll play it by ear, but we did do a comment, and it is what I do. I usually announce publicly that there will be a time when we cut this off, so. All right, Ms. Klusak.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Our next department is the city administrator. There are, with the restructure move, bringing in the homelessness group and the downtown parking group, 51.4 full-time employee equivalents. They run on a budget of approximately $13 million out of the general fund and an additional $4 million out of special funds. And downtown parking is an enterprise fund under this group, but we will be showing them on a separate slide. So the highlights of this year, of course, are that reorganization, bringing in those three groups to the city administrator's office under a new city administrator, which is an addition of $283,000. We are offsetting that within the general fund by position vacancy. Ongoing funding for legislative lobbyists is also a highlight this year. That is somebody who goes to the federal and state level and lobbies on our behalf as a city. And so that's an $86,000 commitment from our budget this year. There are no fees coming out of the city administrator's office. However, there is some Measure C funding. There's the Faro Day Center. We have a lease on that, so that's $214,000 for 2026. And also the State Street Master Plan. We are contributing $500,000 from Measure C for that. And as for Measure I, those homeless services for $352,000 were previously funded by one-time funding, and so in order to continue those, we are applying Measure C to the homelessness activities and contracts there so that they can continue. And as Mr. DeMartini mentioned, we intend to transfer a total of $3 million into funds dedicated to housing and homelessness. One of those is the Local Housing Trust Fund. That has several restrictions and purposes to it. The other half is going into a separate fund that is dedicated to housing and homelessness, but leaves a lot more latitude for council to decide how they want to apply those funds. And here we see the revenues and expenditures for the city administrator. There are not a revenue generating department, so they're sponsored entirely by those, by general funds, and some special funds for the housing and homelessness, which we'll see in just a moment. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the Measure C slide. I apologize. So those capital projects you did see earlier, you saw the $500,000 for the State Street Master Plan, and the $214 includes that Farrell project. This is the general fund slide. I apologize. Those internal charges are part of our overhead distribution. Other revenues come in as grants and miscellaneous funding. We have a use of property, which is basically just honorariums, et cetera, and general taxes and some fees and service charges. Most of the costs for the general fund out of this program are for the people who are running it, all the people that go out and help our community run better. Go to the next slide. We have our Housing and Human Services coming in from the Community Development Department. That intergovernmental line is mostly made from the Community Development Block Grant and the Home Grant. I do want to note that that money is not terribly certain right now. There is a very high probability that we may lose 1.3 million of that funding per year going forward. The internal charges are coming from other departments who are relying on these programs. And then, of course, you have all the people who are running it. Thank you. All right, as promised, downtown parking is the enterprise fund that is moving to the city administrator's office as part of that reorganization. So one of the things with the downtown parking department in recent years is that it is an enterprise fund, but it has not been making enough money to be self-sustaining. So one of the things that we had to ask ourselves as a city is, why are we doing it in the first place? Why does the city operate a downtown parking system? And should we even be doing it? And the answer is yes, because we don't have another parking supply downtown. It lets people get to businesses. It allows businesses to locate here because we provide parking for both their customers and their employees. It also allows us to have a beautiful and dense downtown rather than some of the strip malls that you see in other places that are buildings with big parking lots in front of them, which means that we have to pay for it somehow. And it can be very expensive. And right now, because the value of the system is largely being given away for free, we have to balance our entire budget for downtown parking on a small portion of people who use the facilities, which means that it can be really expensive and possibly more expensive than it should need to be. So the downtown parking group is taking a two-phase approach to adjust into this. And the phase one is to focus on tuning up the system and plugging up the holes so that we can really stabilize the finances and make that fund whole and functional again. Then in phase two, we're going to start rebalancing the system to make parking more affordable for employees and hopefully for everybody else, including the people who are wanting to play downtown who are local. So a couple of things in phase one are what you see in front of you, including a pay-by-foot parking pilot on a lot on Helena. It's a very small lot, but we're going to try the pay-by-foot model there, see how it goes. We're reducing commuter permits in the Ortega garage from $145 a month to $70 a month. So this should help with some of our employees that have to work downtown. There's also 24/7 permits in the Ortega garage. We're going to reduce those from $250 a month to $125 a month, which can be helpful for residents who are looking for a place to store their vehicles, and especially with street parking. And then also there is a local weekender permit that is being reduced from $100 to $80 for 6 months. So that would be $80. You can use it on the weekends as much as you want to. And that's really designed for more for locals who want to come downtown on the weekend. On the capital side of things, we are going to conduct a parking structure and facilities assessment to really look at our assets in the larger scheme of things and see what the most effective approach may be. And then we are also updating some of the access control system agreements, which are $100,000. We have some annual maintenance and repair coming up that really needs to be done, but all other capital is being paused pending that assessment that I mentioned earlier. That's not going to help me advance, sorry. All right, we're looking at the revenue for downtown parking. Of course, fees for service charges, all of those parking fees that I mentioned before being adjusted. That's where the bulk of their money comes from. There are some internal charges as departments pay for our own employee parking, but that's very little. Other than that, the revenues are fairly stable, but we are trying to work on other schemes. As we said before, we're piloting and trying some things. There is a 5% increase year over year in our hourly parking revenue estimate. And that's due to trying to increase use in the parking lots. On the expense detail, we are, again, delaying our capital projects until the completion of that facilities assessment. And I didn't mention this on the prior slide, but the reason that there's no money in 24 or 25 is because of that shift from Public Works over to the city administrator's office. And here is the downtown parking reserves. Again, downtown parking is an enterprise fund. It is moving under the city administrator. We are seeing that year in 2024, you see from 2022 to 2024, you see that downward trend as we continue to dip into those reserves. And now those reserves are almost down to solely disaster reserves. So this is part of phase one, is to get that fund in a healthy space so that it can be self-sustaining. Are there any questions for the city administrator's office?
Questions for this section? Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The replacement of an existing position that will be filled by the deputy city administrator, that's our vacant assistant city administrator up here right now?
No, right now we're planning to hold the community development director position vacant and then sort of assess where we are once we've filled some of the other department head positions and sort of get the lay of the land and assess at that point.
And then the $1.5 million on what you're calling the housing and homeless services allocation. Is that existing programs, new programs, both? What is that actually for?
It has not been dedicated to any programs. It is new funding that would be available for the council to appropriate to any purpose that is related to housing or homelessness. So it could be
new or existing.
New or existing or expansion of existing. I will note that Ms. Glusek had indicated the federal budget that came out last week eliminated both our home funds and our CDBG funds. So that's probably about $2 million a year that will be lost. So that's something, if the council wants to continue funding all of those community agencies and using those funds, it's something we would have to backfill with the general fund.
So that's kind of like some change in the wallet in your pocket, just in case, which is a big just in case right now, right?
But we're proposing it as an ongoing appropriation, so hopefully, if that funding, the federal funding does reappear, that would be new funding we could put towards other programs.
But the way you're presenting it is that's the most flexible bucket right now, given the current state of the state.
Correct.
Or country, whatever you want to do. And then in the line in the capital project for parking, that is parking structures and facilities assessment. I know we've talked about this, if we just keep talking about it and we don't put any money on a line item somewhere, we'll never get around to looking at our surface lots and why they're taking up air and not being publicly driven to housing, or public-private being driven to housing, or private driven to, whatever the choice may be. That parking structures and facility assessment is the kind of the description of getting to that point where we're looking at those surface lots?
No, that is purely like what do we need from a capital replacement and maintenance perspective. The other assessment of kind of development potential of the parking lots, that is one of the roles that we anticipate the new deputy city administrator to be looking at. And I don't at this point anticipate that will require funding other than just staff time. So that money that you see in there for that is for capital and maintenance assessment of our current facilities and what the needs are just to keep them up to date.
Staff time, if you're talking about an ordinance from community development, it always involves dollars too. So is there a better way to make sure that we're prepared for continuing to hammer on using those lots if it's not putting some money into it and just hoping that we have the staffing?
So what I would suggest is, I don't know right now, if there's funds that are needed, but we do have the strategic planning workshop that is coming up on June 3rd. So identifying, I'm assuming that housing will become a priority of the council, so identifying that as one of the potential initiatives under a housing priority would be something to ensure that staff time is spent on it.
So noted. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Just a quick clarifying question I heard in the presentation we might be losing about $1.3 million. Is that in the intergovernmental funds, or which funds were those?
Yes, that is in the intergovernmental funds. Those are made up entirely of those grants that we were speaking of, Community Development Block Grant and the Home Fund.
Okay, so that is the CDBG and home block. Okay, okay, perfect. Thank you.
Ms. Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the $1.5 million undedicated fund, I don't want to say slush fund, I don't anticipate this year that there will be anything left given what we're seeing. But in the event that there is there a way for us to dedicate anything left over at the end of the fiscal year to go into the local housing trust fund?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I think I got confused if we're talking about the downtown budget or the whole city administrators, or is it okay time to talk about the home fund? Oh, okay.
It's both, because now the downtown parking fund is underneath the city administrator, so that's part of this budget.
Thank you. And I may want to comment on this again, but it seems to me that with the uncertainty with the home funds and CDBG, and with the way the ballot language was written, and with, I guess this is a question too, the pie graph on slide, 9, I guess it's 9. I'm only just sitting here doing this now, but it says 22% for homeless and housing, but like, I don't know, when I just calculate those out for those amounts, it's like 19%. And so, and so then I looked at, well, what would be 22%? And it would be at least 3.5 million or around 3.5 million. So if that,
I can speak to that, Councilmember
Thanks.
Sneddon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for the 22%, the slice of the pie for housing, for homeless and housing, we included the line above that, which is for funding for the existing homeless services, around 351,000, increasing to 894,000 in fiscal year 2027. We included that in that slice of the pie. So we tried to categorize the entire pie in the different categories of funding. So it's the $1.5 million transfer for both the housing and homeless services and the local housing trust fund, and the existing homeless services as well in that slice of the pie.
Thank you for explaining that. And then I have a follow-up question then, I guess, is then why do we have homeless services in two different categories on slide 9?
Yeah,
so it makes it confusing.
Absolutely, yeah. What we tried to do first was to clearly try our best to clearly articulate the existing services that we are already providing to the community first. And that's that first section that says existing program and services. And then we went into what are additional new allocations that we are currently not providing. So that was our first categorization of Measure I. Then we went into the different buckets of which departments should be allocated money, so on and so forth.
I'm sorry, I guess I don't understand then. We already have allocated 6.2 million for police, or that's the existing proposal?
So Measure I is, Councilmember Sneddon, Measure I is another general purpose tax, very similar to property tax or our Bradley Burns sales tax or transient occupancy tax. And so it is another general fund revenue that can fund existing services. And so what we are saying here is that Measure I will be another funding source for police officers, firefighters, librarians. But that doesn't represent the entire department, right? There are more police officers than the 34 that are listed here that are funded through property tax, transient occupancy tax, the other tax sources.
Maybe I can just clarify. So if we didn't have Measure I, if it had not passed, we would have had to have laid off 34 police officers. in order to balance the budget, and 19 firefighters and 8 Parks and Rec staff, because that additional $15 million a year that we're getting is helping pay for existing services. So I think that's maybe a different way to look at it, is if we didn't have that additional sales tax revenue, that's the existing programs and positions we probably would have had to eliminate as part of the...
Laid off or not filled?
We would have probably laid off, because those are all filled positions right now.
Okay, I suppose it's like sort of just a little bit confusing to be like Measure C, Measure I, it's all general, and then so Measure I is paying for this many positions or that many positions. It's a little bit confusing.
Yeah, Measure C, I think we keep that separate because it was dedicated for capital funding. Sorry, we're having power surges in the building. So Measure C in the ballot, what language was dedicated for capital projects. And so we have kept that as a separate fund, and it only funds capital projects. Measure I, when it was put on the ballot, was to maintain essential services.
And
housing and homelessness.
Yeah.
Yes, and so that's what we have shown here, is how it is preserving our existing general fund services, police, fire, parks and recreation, and then the additional money that new money we are putting towards housing and homelessness services.
Okay, so then I guess as a follow-up question, we can save it for the end too, but some of Measure C funding does go to housing services or housing...
Not services. It doesn't.
Housing infrastructure. I mean, we
I
had.
don't know. I don't think we've actually used any Measure C funds for housing at this point.
Councilmember Sutton, there was a one-time allocation in
Yes.
Measure
Yes.
C a
Yes,
couple
there
years
was.
ago in response to a fire to house unhoused individuals in a hotel. That Measure C money was appropriated for that purpose.
Yes.
Okay.
So we have gone there.
Yes,
I just want
correct.
to say we've
Yes,
gone
we have.
there and we've been there and we could go there again. Is I think my comment. It's
I would just be reprioritizing the projects that are being funded with Measure C dollars. So we would just need to look at the Measure C.
I just wanted to clarify, Councilmember Stanton, the council voted on one of the priorities of Measure C dollars to be homelessness facilities.
right.
So the Rose Garden Inn project was an emergency interim housing initiative, and we are using it for the lease for the Faro Center. So it was very specific to homelessness-related facilities only.
Yes, and I think that is what I'm trying to get at, is that if we want to fund homelessness facilities, it doesn't need to come from Measure I necessarily. I think that's my bottom line I'm trying to make.
Correct. I mean, I will just say that, Measure C is oversubscribed right now, and so there's not necessarily existing funds because we're paying for the police building and Dwight Murphy Park over the next 2 to 3 years. So we would then, defund another project if we wanted to increase funding for housing or homelessness in Measure C.
I don't know if I want to use the word defund. It's kind of
We would not fund. I mean, that's.
Yeah, or redistribute, but not completely defund something else. But I guess I just want to say, I think that we have a total of $5 million somewhere for this total new allocation, and it might not be from Measure I, it might be from some other place, it might be a little bit from justified from somewhere else, but I just want to say that before this slide gets too far gone, that Measure I can be used for these things, but also it's not the only source of funding for these things. For instance, the rest of fire staff and the rest of Parks and Rec and the rest of library is all paid for from other places.
The general fund. It's all general
Right.
fund dollars.
Right.
Yes,
I think that's all I'm trying to say is that the entirety of these programs doesn't have to come from Measure I.
Well,
So the
we don't have
entirety-
other funding for them.
For the library, for parks, for
No. I mean,
fire?
so the city's deficit was $15 million. Well, it was about $8 million for this fiscal year. So Measure I is basically helping us close that deficit so we don't have to eliminate positions or programs in the general fund.
Which I'm completely for. I guess we can save it for deliberation, but I'll save it for deliberation. Yeah. Thank you.
Ms. San Maria, another question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Rouse. Just a quick follow-up, just for clarification. If we are in a projected deficit, why are we unfreezing positions? Since we froze those positions originally to reach expenditure reduction targets, it doesn't seem like we have reached those targets yet. So what is the logic behind unfreezing those in a time of economic uncertainty?
That is a policy decision for the council. I mean, one of the priorities of Measure I was public safety, and the council has indicated that filling police officer positions is a priority, so we unfroze those positions, so that is why it was on there.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Just quick comments, as I'm intimately familiar with the old parking system, and I really appreciate staff's creative look on how to do this. Part of getting the downtown re-energized and eventually, hopefully, creating more sales tax revenue for these problems will be by doing some of the things you're moving. So just want to give you kudos on those moves. Thank you. Ms. Glusak, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Thank you, Council, for those questions. Next, I will turn it over to Ms. Valencia for the City Attorney.
Thank you, Ms. Glusak. Good afternoon, members of the Council. The City Attorney's Office is responsible for all legal representations and advice for the City Council, boards, commissions, and all city officers and staff in all matters of law pertaining to the city. They have 15.5 FTEs and a budget of approximately $5.6 million. They are funded out of the general fund, and they are not a revenue-generating department. They don't have any capital projects in fiscal year 2026, and they also do not have any fee changes in fiscal year 2026. Some major highlights are the municipal code amendments, including housing, short-term vacation rentals, also the continuing landlord-tenant protection issues, and special projects such as Paseo Nuevo, La Cumbre, and 6th Street Master Plan. There are no material financial changes in fiscal year 2026. Looking at the revenue and expenditure details, these, again, their general fund, they're not a revenue generating department, so you see zeros all the way across. That 346 that you see in their fiscal year 24 actuals is due to litigation settlements. And there are no major changes in their fiscal year recommended budget. You do see some zero in debt services and capital equipment and projects. And again, that's all due to internal changes.
Are there any questions for the City Attorney's Office?
Questions from council, comments? Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to community development. Community development has about 72 employees. They take care of all of the permitting and coding and enforcement, et cetera, that goes on within our city. They have a budget of about $16 million in the general fund. This year, again, their major change is all of that restructuring, taking the Housing and Human Services and Community Vitality, moving that to the City Administrator's Office. They've also revised some of their revenue estimates you'll see in a moment based on their recent activity. And some contract and services are increasing, funded by the revenue adjustments. The fees are going up about 5% for land development services, and that is in line with Public Works' increases as well, as you'll see in a few slides. There are some additional adjustments or editing to the fee schedule just to kind of make things more clear with the formatting and wording. And then also they have two new planning fees. One is for coastal development permit for removal of improvements, and the other one is the conditional use permit for alcohol and retail sales. They have no capital planned for themselves, but they have some major efforts with the housing element implementation for short-term rental ordinances and some adaptive reuse ordinances. They also have the single-family design board process improvements that are in motion and some 2025 code adoption that happens every 3 years. And then also the flood insurance rate map and flood insurance study ordinance that they are conducting. Looking at their revenues and expenditures, the major highlights again are that 5% fee increase with the analysis of recent activity. It includes a 3% increase for planning and 5% for building and safety. So you'll see that up there. Also some increases in contract service agreements in the building counter and plan review. And capital has moved to the city administrator's office. So are there any questions for community development?
Questions or comments from council? Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you. So just in community development, and I know we're doing the fees study and to see about recouping fees, but if there's a, I guess maybe like a amount that we might be looking at, plus minus, those fees might change. I mean, are we looking at $20 million, $200, like sort of just how much of a swing in the fee schedule we might see?
We'll turn that over to our acting director, Allison Busk.
Thank you, Councilmember Sneddon. To be honest, we have no idea how that fee study may come out. That's why we want to do it. We've switched to some automated or electronic processing. That has changed the time it takes to do things. Sometimes it makes it faster, sometimes it has slowed things down a little bit. So we just need a complete reassessment.
Okay, and then that study is coming back to us. Did you already mention it?
Councilmember Sneddon, I believe that will be coming next in this upcoming fiscal year.
Okay, but not near enough time in the budget cycle. Okay, thank you so much.
Very good. Ms. Glusak.
All right, and Councilmember Sneddon, if I may follow up on that, we do make adjustments as needed to the fee schedule during the year, so that may happen, if that makes sense. Okay. Next, I will turn it over to Director DeMartini to speak about the Finance Department.
Okay. Good afternoon again. So the Finance Department has 39.5 full-time equivalent positions. Most functions of the Finance Department are funded by the general fund. Those are services we provide to all city departments. But there is a large amount of the Finance Department, budget-wise about $25 million, which is the self-insurance fund, which is an internal service fund. That's the purpose of that fund, is to procure our insurance programs that really make sure that our facilities are safe, that we have insurance for our properties, workers' compensation, general liability, so on and so forth. Some major highlights for the Finance Department are we do anticipate a little bit more revenue going forward for some credit card rebates. We've been putting out more credit cards for purchasing activities, as well as providing an electronic way for our vendors to receive payment. We do get some rebate revenue from that, so we'll be able to recognize some revenue that way. There are 2 position requests for the Finance Department for existing staff that are temporary, and so we want to make them permanent. So there really isn't a budget increase or a cost associated with that, because they're already people that are doing the jobs for our utility billing and risk management services. We are planning to make some continued investment in technology, primarily with our budget applications, with integrating our capital improvement processes with our online budget tool, as well as some tax program administration for $30,000. We're reducing our materials and supplies pretty significantly, a couple $100,000. Less paper, less toner, less printing, less postage. But we will be increasing our insurance premiums by about $2 million. Again, the insurance industry has really just been a lot more expensive for us to procure the same level of coverage for all of our properties, as well as workers' compensation and general liability. You will see a handful of fee increases. We did a thorough review of all of the sort of miscellaneous fees and permits that come through our counter on any given day. The list is provided here, and it shows what the current fee is and what the proposed full cost recovery fee is to continue to provide those services. Many of these, we actually only have maybe one a year. Like there's one fortune teller, there might be one circus. And so it doesn't represent a large volume or a large revenue amount, but in the spirit of the city council adopted revenue and cost recovery policy, we want to communicate to council what the full cost recovery is. These are individual private benefits. There's really no public benefit for many of these. And so this is the proposal before you today. There are a number of projects listed on the right-hand side, continuing our audit program for TOT. Putting more electronic payment systems and processes out there, credit card fees, online payment portals, projects like that to really provide better customer service to the public. Next slide, please, on revenue. On the general fund for finance, you'll see our revenues and our expenditures here. Fines and forfeitures, that line represents the late fees that we collect for utility billing delinquent accounts. We've had many delinquent accounts over the years that really stemmed from COVID, and so we're making great progress to try and bring those accounts into good standing, and it does generate a little bit of late fee revenue for us. The other revenues increase that you can see there is from additional rebates that I talked about earlier from those credit card processing rebates that we'll be able to achieve. And then the internal charges line, that is the administrative fee that we recognize for administering the TBID, the Tourism Business Improvement District, in collaboration with Visit Santa Barbara. On the expenditure side, you will see the decreases in the supplies and services line that I mentioned earlier. We also had some one-time projects that won't continue, so we don't want to fund those going forward. And there really are no other changes, no other material changes in the finance department in the general fund. Moving on to the self-insurance fund, the next slide here, you'll see our internal charges are represented revenues in the self-insurance fund. Those are represented as expenses in all of the operating departments. And so the way that the self-insurance fund generates its revenue is from charging other departments for their proportional share of the insurance programs that they offer, as well as claim payments that we have to pay out. You will see additional as far as the internal charges, I also wanted to say that we are ramping up those allocation increases into the self-insurance fund. It is underfunded. I'll get to that slide next. And so those are represented as additional expenses in those departments. On the expense side, the supplies and services is where we record all of our annual premiums that we have to pay to our insurance providers, as well as the claims that we pay out on a routine basis comes out of that supplies and services line. There really are no other material changes. The allocated cost line has gone up a little bit. That's just sort of rebaselining and making sure that the city's overhead model is accurately spreading its costs appropriately across all the city departments. The next slide here shows the reserves in the self-insurance fund. This graph looks a little bit different than the other reserve graphs. That's because the self-insurance fund doesn't have the same reserve requirements, the same categorization as reserves as the other ones. We have an actuarial study that we have done for us every 2 years, and it tells us, based on our losses over the last couple of years, what are the projected amounts of funds that we need to have in our self-insurance fund, and then we pair that up with the actual cash that we have in the fund. And you can see the gap has widened, unfortunately, and is projected to continue to widen, again, with pressures in the insurance industry, the amount of claims that we've had to pay out over recent years, and there's sort of the lack of funding going into the self-insurance fund causes those issues. So that concludes the finance department. Do you have any questions?
Questions for the finance department from anyone in council? Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, I'm going to ask about those credit card fees. So that's been kind of a topic for years. Are we getting, well, it would be accurate to say that everybody who doesn't pay their water bill with a credit card is subsidizing those of us who do, right? So that'd be correct, right?
Councilmember Jordan, I'm so glad you brought that up. So right now, what you will see in all departments that allow for credit card payments, the department has to pay for the processing fee.
Right.
But council has approved and given us direction in a prior budget cycle to change that and pass on the credit card processing fee to the customer. We are about to go live with that for
Super.
Utility billing in the next month or so. And so that will be a reduced expense for the city. But we're giving customers an option, right? Not every customer wants to pay with a credit card. They don't want to pay that processing fee, which is fine with us. They can pay online with their bank account, and there's really no fee or very minimal fee associated with that. And then last resort might be to pay with a check.
And then are we any closer to getting on one single platform, so you're not on a Parks and Rec platform or a water platform or my dog license platform, all those different platforms that you basically take over the kingdom of payments?
Councilmember Jordan, thanks for asking that too. We have made some progress on consolidating and condensing the processors across the city departments. We still have some work to do, but we've made some progress.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Further questions for Mr. DiMartini? Thank you very much.
Moving on to the fire department. The fire department is responsible for the protection of Santa Barbara from fire, medical, and other types of emergencies. Santa Barbara is served by 8 fire stations, and the city's firefighters respond to more than 12,000 emergency incidents each year. The fire department is authorized for 105 full-time equivalents with a general fund budget of $42.4 million and $3.1 million for other funds. They also have $2.7 million of capital. Major initiatives for the fire department include ongoing implementation of the standards of cover study, succession planning, evaluation of fleet needs. The cost of fleet has gone up over 100% in the last 10 years. Filling the Fire Inspector 3 position and reclassing an Inspector 2 position to an Inspector 3 position. They also are implementing the Genesis software, which is an evacuation mapping software. The software will be implemented in the end of June and is a map-based software intended to support rapid cross-agency emergency coordination, decision-making, and maps for the public. They are also updating the city emergency operation plan, which is due for an update every couple years. Moving to fee changes, there was a comprehensive fee study that was conducted by a third party and will bring in around $100,000 of revenue for some inspection fees. Moving on to capital for Measure C, they have the regional dispatch, which will go live May 14th, and will switch to the county dispatch, which will allow fire services to serve at a county level without boundaries and allows us to use additional resources. In addition, they have their equipment replacement. This includes equipment items such as the jaws of life, defibrillators, any in-station equipment. The portable radio replacement and the self-contained breathing apparatus replacement have been broken out because they are such big ticket items, and those have a 15-year life, and those replacements are coming up in the next 2 fiscal years. For Measure I, they have a $3.5 million allocation, which will be funding 19 existing firefighters. Moving on to the revenue detail, the increase in fees and service charges is primarily made up of the airport fees. The airport pays 100% for the fire station that is on the airport, in addition to some support personnel such as training staff and a portion of the division chief. Also a minor increase due to the fee study that will be coming into effect. The intergovernmental line is decreasing due to a grant that will no longer be in effect, and that $1.5 million that you see there is mutual aid, which is reimbursement for Santa Barbara's assistance to other areas' disasters. Moving into the expenses, you can see increases to allocated cost, which is due to IT services, fleet, and facilities. Non-capital equipment includes smaller equipment items such as turnouts or some other items that the firemen need to operate. And as mentioned previously, the capital equipment and projects includes all the list that was on the first slide, such as the regional dispatch and radio replacement. Moving on to special projects, the increase in FY26 is due to an academy that will be run in FY26. And no other material changes. So with that, any questions?
Questions on fire. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Well, I'm really excited about the regional dispatch, and I think that's really huge progress, and about the crews that you have in for wildfire protection and clearing. And I do have a question about, we have our wildland fire suppression fee that residents pay, and I'm wondering about, we were just at the Eucalyptus Hill Association meeting, and residents there were pointing out canyons that could be cleared more, and then the funding would cost a lot more, and the question came up about whether residents would assess themselves or be willing to assess themselves more for more clearing. And I'm just wondering if you have comment on that, or if there could be maybe a fee study on that, or just thoughts or comments on it.
So, Councilmember Sneddon via the mayor, thank you. So it's the Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District. It's a district, an area where the citizens have imposed a tax on them in the foothill or extreme foothill area. It amounts to about $100 to $123 per parcel per year. And what that does at this point is funds a fire inspector, it funds chipping services, road clearance, and it's just really, really well received up there. The residents did express that they might be willing to assess themselves more. What that's going to require is it's going to require a consultant. We've used SCI out of the Bay Area. John Bliss is the consultant. And they would have to come in and decide the efficacy if the citizens are willing to impose an additional tax. So that would cost money, obviously. I think the sentiment is there. I think people are willing. I think at this point, we are getting some great work done up there.
Yes.
But the work that really could be done amounts to a large amount of money. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars to clear canyons. We have great partnerships with the Fire Safe Council, and as you know, we've received 2 grants, Coastal Commission and CAL FIRE, and that's how we have that hand crew. That really is going a long way to assist also. So really what would happen is we'd have to take it back to the voters, and the voters would have to decide. Also, and I think it's a good time to bring this up, the MESA is the coastal and coastal interior high fire hazard area that was already adopted by the CWPP in 2021. Just recently, CAL FIRE released their LRA, Local Responsibility Area Maps, and it now includes a portion of the MESA. So a lot of what we already identified in 2021, CAL FIRE is catching up and saying, yeah, you're right. So we might want to explore incorporating in additional areas of the community to and including the MESA at some point.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to add that as a comment to be looking at too. And I've heard that not to just single out Eucalyptus Hill, but also Revere Association, different high fire neighborhoods, my own neighborhood included. Many neighbors have expressed that they would be willing to pay more for more clearance. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Well, you know, I'm going to beat that topic to death, right? So, yeah, come on up. So there's currently no allocated dollar resources in the presented budget to pursue the, let's just call it the Coastal Zone High Fire Hazard Assessment District. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so, Madam Administrator, I know what you're going to say is bring that to the Strategic Planning Council meeting. I'm just going to comment, but
I was actually, if you have a dollar figure, I mean, it would that's one that is I think the staff is already working on. So if that's that's something that could be added to the budget because we know what the dollar figure is and is something that has been discussed over the years. But it could also be brought up at the strategic planning retreat.
So obviously, my opinion is we're well past the typical bureaucratic response of let no catastrophe go without using it as an opportunity. And now there's these fermenting groups out there that have gotten the message, as you well know, particularly on that side of the hill. I think we're under our 3rd or 4th potential fire safe community effort over there. And I just cannot emphasize enough that we either need to fish or get out of here because the choice is you're going to put 150 people in the strategic planning council meeting to comment on this the longer this goes on. We've been talking about it probably for 2 years. So
I would also just highlight that, with those assessment districts, that initial startup and the engineer's report can also be recouped through the assessment. So it's really just advancing the funds. So we can add that to the fire department's
it's really
budget.
like a bid. You can pay yourself back.
Correct.
So as we talk about it more and we say we're exploring, I just don't understand why we just don't jump rather than explore or pause while we know we can go get the money back if it's successful, that kind of thing. So that is the, other than today, racing cars on Cliff Drive, other than that, that is the single most common comment you hear in a concern in this particular part of the budget from anybody over the top of the hill. So I'll get off the soapbox. So thank you.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Just to follow up to Councilmember Jordan, what is that number that we're looking at?
I'm gonna. Chief
Sorry, I
Mayor
know you
should
just sat
just
down.
continue to stand up.
Maybe just tell me when to leave. How's that?
Yes,
That'd be
don't
great.
leave here.
Okay, perfect. We got an estimate about a year ago of 85,000, so I would like to say a little bit higher, and if we increase the scope a little bit more, especially based on the new LRA maps from CAL FIRE, I think we should allocate 100,000.
100,000 idea. Okay. Final question, I think actually for both of you. I'm seeing a dip in the salaries between the projected budget for this year and then for the recommended budget, and then up again about $1 million. So it kind of goes down $1 million and then up $1 million. Can you explain a little bit what's going on there for the salaries?
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Maria. Yeah, so there's a couple things going on there. One of them is a reduction of overtime because they filled some of those seats that were empty, and so they do have a minimum staffing requirement. It takes a certain number of people to run the rigs. If there's not enough people, they can't put out the fire engine, so they bring in people for overtime to backfill. So that's been reduced. The other part of it is that the other part of it is that we did do an adjustment for salary savings for them, so you will see that reflected in that number for any vacancies that are there. One thing that we did this year was we pulled the salary savings from the city level, and we had the departments kind of inform us more directly and have a little bit more control over that number so that we could get a little more accurate salary savings number. So that's the two major reasons for that.
Got it. Thank you. Final, just clarifying question. Go ahead.
Can I add one more,
Please,
too? It's
yes.
just an accounting issue. For the first 2 years that our vegetation management crew was on board, it was funded by the Coastal Conservancy Grant, which was run through the fire department. That grant is ending, and the CAL FIRE grant is taking over for the next 5 years, and that's going to be within Parks and Rec. So we've shifted the cost of that hand crew for the next 5 years to Parks and Rec. That's why you see the immediate.
I see. That's really good. I just wanted to make sure we weren't cutting fire positions. I was like, what happened there? And do we know roughly if how many vacancies, if any, we have for our firefighters?
We have, currently we have 3 vacancies.
Okay.
And we are filling 1 as we speak.
Beautiful. So
So
2.
we'll be short 2.
Okay.
We ebb and flow. We typically hire about every 2 years, and we go between 3 and 6, maybe as many as 10, about every 2 years. So it's a pretty regular issue for us to go up and down like we are.
And remind me the size of your full-time crew? Or your fully staffed crew, excuse me.
So we have 89 firefighters assigned to fire engines. We have personnel, that includes personnel in training. And then we also have our fire inspectors. So we have 94 people that work really what we would call on the streets of Santa Barbara.
Got you, 94. Okay, thank you so much. That's it.
You want to let Kishmel sit down now? Okay, very good. Thank you, Ms. Glue. Go right ahead.
Moving on to human resources. Human resources has 11 full-time equivalents with a general fund budget of $2.9 million. Some of their FY26 highlights include the implementation of the classification and compensation study, ongoing labor negotiations, and the Balance U Wellness Program. For fee changes in FY26, it's an increase to the live scan fees to better align with the Department of Justice and Federal Bureau of Investigation fees.
Sorry, I just wanted to jump in because I wanted to clarify the classification and compensation study. That's to pay for a consultant to assist with the implementation. It's not the cost of actually implementing it. Because we've previously showed a number of between $3 and $5 million, and I just wanted to make it clear that it didn't go down to 65,000.
And there are no capital projects for human resources. Looking at the revenue and expenditure detail, you can see the revenue of $15,000, which is the live scan fees, And then moving into expenses, you can see the supplies and services is decreasing since the classification and compensation study is implemented, and the that fee is 65,000. And then the cost is continuing to decrease in FY27 because it will fully be implemented. And there are no other material changes. So any questions at this time?
All right, very good. Any questions from council on this section? All right. Thank you very much. We'll move on to information technology.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. The Information Technology Department provides expertise in managing and enhancing the technological infrastructure that supports various city functions and services. They are responsible for 5 programs, which are Geographic Information Systems, Electronic Communications, Enterprise Applications, Help Desk, and Network Infrastructure. They have 33 permanent FTEs and 1 hourly with a budget of approximately $11.6 million in internal services fund. They also have $1.2 million in capital and $1 million in Metro C capital. In fiscal year 2026, that Metro C capital that I previously mentioned is for radio infrastructure. They don't have any fiscal year 2026 fee changes. Some of the capital projects for fiscal year 26 are Business Applications Bridge, which is funding the artificial intelligence pilot project for $60,000, and you also see that in the fiscal year 2026 highlights. They also have the citywide digital accessibility plan for $130,000 and the network infrastructure for $200,000. Some of the FY26 highlights are consolidating 2 hourly GIS technicians to 1 permanent GIS technician, maintenance and support contracts, which has an average trend of approximately 8%, and their asset management system expanded to parks and facilities. That number that you see for $213,000 is for the 3rd year of the total software M&S agreement, which is inclusive of the parks expansion. Moving on to revenue and expense details. Their expenditures have remained mostly stable. You see under non-building equipment projects, which is for their capital $1 million project, is at the very, very bottom. They have some capital equipment and projects that decrease for $692,000. There are others, and that you see the 907 actuals with 0 all the way across are for some projects that are no longer carrying forward. And do you have any questions? Oh, excuse me. We also have the reserve slide. In fiscal year 2024, you see that we're under policy target, and that's because of centralizing electronic communications and not pulling adequate reserves from facilities. We are recovering that shortfall in fiscal year 26 with the operating surplus that we have, and we are expecting to get closer to policy target in fiscal year 25 with use of salary savings and other expenditure reductions, and we are expecting to be at policy target in fiscal year 2026. Thank you. And now, do you have any questions?
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you just elaborate on the pilot program using AI? What does that exactly entail?
Councilman Gutierrez, Justin Cure, IT Director. We are looking at rolling out Copilot, Microsoft Copilot, to a portion of our staff. Really want to understand how it functions, how we're able to use it before we expand it fully to more of our staff members.
So what exactly is that software and how does it apply? Is it just for this department or is it for every city staff?
Yeah, so we're going to start with the IT department, then roll it out to department heads, and then a subset of city staff. It allows for many different things. Uses AI around your email, around the Microsoft Office products, but also has a chat GPT-like portion that allows you to use AI that way as well. What's unique about it is that it stays within the city and within our tenant. We're not sharing information or training the model outside of the city.
And why it's $60,000, is that right?
That's just a pilot project. If we decide in a future budget year to expand it further, there will be additional cost.
And why, when there's AI software and platforms where it's free?
Yeah, great question. So Copilot allows us to keep the data that we are putting into Copilot within the city of Santa Barbara instead of sharing it outside the city. That's some of the cybersecurity dangers around AI technology is when you enter information in it, it is actually shared throughout the entire model. So it's a security reason.
So, I mean, that's a double-edged sword, right? Because it could make it more efficient by sharing the information. So are we paying for something that's not going to be as advanced as the public ones?
No, it's just as advanced. What's interesting is Copilot's actually built on top of ChatGPT, so we're not losing any functionality. We're actually gaining a lot more functionality by paying over what you get for free with ChatGPT or another model similar to that.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move to the library.
Thank you. The library is dedicated to supporting education for all ages through classes and events, building a community of readers, empowering individuals with free access to information, and connecting people to community resources. They have 43.6 permanent positions and 2 grant-funded positions, with a budget of approximately $9.9 million in the general fund and $500,000 in other funds. In fiscal year 2026, they have Measure C capital funds, some capital projects, for Central Library Fire Protection, approximately $250,000, Eastside Library Garage for $200,000, and Library Equipment Replacement for $56,000. In fiscal year 2026, some of the they have capital projects for a second library on the Go van, which is in production and is expected to arrive in mid-fiscal year 2026, and that is being funded by grants and donations. In fiscal year 2026, they are expecting some fee changes, which are related to updated replacement costs for unreturned or damaged items, and an addition of Montecito Community Hall as new rentable space. They are also receiving some fiscal year 2026 Measure I funding of approximately $953,000. They will be funding 4 librarians, 1 library technician, security services, and digital collections. And it should be noted that in fiscal year 2025, they received some ARPA funding, which was one-time funding, which funding does allow us to continue to have the library open 7 days a week. Some of the fiscal year 26 highlights are shifting funding to print collections to existing restricted endowment funds and added funding for digital collections and incremental revenue increases forecasted for county per capita. On the revenue detail, you can see the intergovernmental number here is related to grants, and that's why it shows a 0 for fiscal year 26 and 27. In other revenues, that's again grants and donations, and you will see a decrease. As previously mentioned, there is uncertainty around grant funding, and we will appropriate them during the operating year as the grants are received. For the expense detail, it should be noted again that this slide encompasses all funds, general fund, Measure C capital, special revenue, and general fund capital. You will notice a drop in capital equipment and projects, and that is due to the library plaza being completed in fiscal year 2025. For supplies and services, in fiscal year 25, there was a projected, includes all of our donations and grants and assumes that we will spend all of it, but most of the difference will be carried over to fiscal year 26 and 27. In non-capital equipment, in fiscal year 24, that includes the one-time ARPA and donor funding for digital collections. And with that, are there any questions for library?
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick ones. In particular, this department, is it safe to say that we're not balancing the department budget on any purposely unfilled positions?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, that is correct. We're not balancing the budget on any salary savings.
And then I know there's been chatter about reviewing the decisions that were made either on participation with other libraries or the black gold decision. Are we looking at that? Do we have the resources set aside to be able to look at that and make a decision in real time, or would that just have to come in the future?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Jordan. So that would be kind of a down the road type approach to that situation. I think what we need to do first is do some funding challenges for not only Santa Barbara, but our regional partners as well in terms of their digital collections and how we can resource share. I definitely think we can move to a model where we do we do share resources. It doesn't necessarily have to be black gold. There are other ways we can do this, and I think we're definitely on a road towards that.
Put on your radar.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just want to say, like, way to go, Library Plaza, way to go, restoring the library hours of being open and librarians, and the library is moving in such an excellent direction. And I think you can really tell the difference in the budget cycle right now that we don't have all of the friends of the library and our dear supporters reminding us of how important, because so much is being restored. So I'm really grateful for that. I just have one question about embedded social worker, or we've talked about that at different times, or had that, or just the status of that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon. Well, first, the friends will be here. Don't you worry. They'll be here later.
Okay.
But secondly, so the embedded social worker. So we still have we contract for social service work currently. It is in there. We actually only have her working part-time at the moment. It's actually due to staffing challenges on their end. But it's still fulfilling the need that we have at the moment. So the model's working okay. But it's embedded in our supplies and services. It's a nominal fee.
Okay, at a status quo budget
yes.
level. Okay, and you'll let us know if.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Very good. We'll move on to mayor and council.
All right, mayor and council, our smallest but mightiest group.
In so many ways, yes, I know.
Consists of our mayor and 6 council members and 1 assistant to help all of them at a relatively small budget of $3.4 million. The major change this year here is that county arts and culture community promotions is going to be moved to the city administrator's office. There are no fees or capital. Looking at their expenses and their revenues, that one revenue line you see is from the PEG fees. That's public education fee that comes from our cable subscribers, not ours, but the local cable subscribers to provide access to government and TV channels. The largest expense is for special projects, which this is community promotions. Things like Old Spanish Days, the Milpas Christmas Parade, Summer Solstice, all of the things, Juneteenth celebrations, all of these things that go on in our city that the city council grants. The rest of it is operational expenses of salaries and general allocated costs, with a very small portion dedicated to supplies and services, mostly travel. And are there any questions about the mayor and council department?
Questions on this section? Thank you very much. We'll move on to Parks and Rec. Mr. Gutierrez has a question.
Yeah, if we can go back. Where it says supplies and services, what's like the services? Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Council Member Gutierrez, I don't have the detail in front of me at the moment, but I can get back to you on it. Mostly it is things like the travel expenses. There is an allocation to each of you for various town hall meetings, et cetera, that is included in that, but I can provide a detail either at the deliberation or before then.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. We'll move on to Parks and Rec now.
Thank you. The Parks and Rec Department has 85 full-time equivalents with 235 hourly employees. They have a general fund budget of $28 million, and a golf fund budget of $7.4 million. I'd also like to note that this $7.4 million includes $1.6 million of transfers from the operating fund to the capital fund. They also have $3.3 million of Measure C and $1.67 million in the golf fund for capital. The FY26 highlights include the Dwight Murphy Field constructions, which has a groundbreaking ceremony on June 5th, a golf course infrastructure reinvestment for around $1 million, and they are proposing to add a project planner for a 2-year term. For the FY26 fees, these include increases to programs and facilities to align with market rates and to encourage participation, and along with minor increases to golf fees. You can see they have several Measure C capital projects. Some include the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, the Ortega Park Renewal, and the Plaza Veracruz. They also have a little less than $1 million in Measure I funding, which will fund 8 existing positions and fund after-school sports at the junior high schools, which are run by the school districts. Moving into the general fund revenues, you can see the fee increases, which are increases to fees for camps, classes, facility rentals. There's also some interest income, lease, and rent increases. For internal charges, there are increases due to the utility users tax and the project plan and management reimbursement. Moving into expenses, you can see that there are increases in salaries, which is due to the hourly salary increases and several position reclassifications that are offset by revenue. You can also see a $1.1 million increase to allocated costs, which include items, such as IT, facilities, insurance. And other than that, not really any material changes. The golf course is the enterprise fund, and so as mentioned previously, you can see this $1.67 million in the revenues and the transfers, and that's just being transferred from the operating to the capital. The capital projects include major infrastructure improvements, such as power turf equipment, and no other material changes. And so on to the reserves.
So looking at this enterprise reserve, this one really tells the story about what a reserve should be doing. So a number of years ago, we switched models and have an outside agency managing our golf course. Their reserves are very well plentiful. They're hitting their targets. And that assigned portion you see growing year over year is a healthy pattern, actually. They have a lot of infrastructure needs, so you will see that assigned portion go down in the 2026 year, largely due to projects like their parking lot being redone and some sewer lateral replacement and other large infrastructure projects that are endemic to an aging golf course. Are there any questions about the golf or Parks and Rec in general?
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Zachary, forgive me, but can you elaborate on how much of the budget is being spent on adding fencing or barriers to our public parks?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, the actual budget for next year doesn't include any additional fencing. We do have a project that we're working on at the Moreton Bay Fig Tree, which will be improving what's currently there while still providing public access.
Do you know off the top of your head how much that'll cost to?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, we are still in the design phase, so do not have a full cost for that project.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. Further, Ms. Klusak?
All right. Just to circle back, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, we just looked up the supplies and services detail line on that. Of the $134,000 in budgeted for FY26, about $72,000 is for vehicle allowance for the council members, and then dues, membership, and licenses comes in at about $30,000, and an additional $30,000 for meeting and travel, and then some other small expenses under $5,000 total.
And that's divided by 7?
Yes.
Gotcha. Thanks.
All right, further questions or comments on this section? All right, thank you very much. Move on to PD.
Okay, moving on to Police Department. The Santa Barbara Police Department provides comprehensive public safety and law enforcement services to the city of Santa Barbara and is committed to providing professional, fair, compassionate, effective, and dedicated law enforcement to the community. They have 211 full-time equivalents with a budget of $61.2 million out of general fund and approximately $807,000 in other funds. In fiscal year 2026, their Measure C capital projects include body camera annual renewal for $237,000, equipment replacement for $450,000, and the new police station, which is a $14 million project. In fiscal year 26, they are going to be receiving some Measure I funding of approximately $6.3 million, with which they will be funding 34 existing police officers. Some fee schedule changes include the animal control fee adjustments, parking violation penalties and related fees, and new proposed fees associated with massage establishment sole proprietor permits. Some FY26 highlights are for vehicle collision repairs for $75,000 and the addition of one full-time equivalent for crime analyst position offset through internal budget adjustments, costing approximately $30,000. Moving on to the revenue slide. In revenues, you will see an increase in fines and forfeitures, and that is related to an increase in parking violations, traffic safety, and municipal court fines. You will see a drop in intergovernmental, and that is related to grants. And in other revenues, you see a drop in revenues due to a litigation settlement, which we do not project for, of course, in fiscal year 26 or 27, we do not budget. Moving on to the expenses slide. It should be noted that this expense detail does include the new PD station capital project, which is roughly $14 million. Excluding the additional capital, there are really no material changes. The main increases in general fund are due to allocated costs, such as liability insurance, vehicle replacement and maintenance, and custodial services. You can also see a decrease in non-capital equipment, and that is due to a decrease in equipment and computer hardware. And with that, are there any questions for PD?
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the $14 million for the new police station, is that just for the quarter or the year? Because isn't it forecasted to be $100 million?
Yes, Councilmember Gutierrez, I'd love to answer that question. So yes, the new project will be approximately $100 million. We did issue debt for this project as well as the Dwight Murphy Playground and Field renovation project as well. It's a 30-year debt obligation, so we will be paying annually an amount of debt service payment to pay off the construction of the new police project. For the first couple of years while we're in construction, we only have to pay interest. Once the project is complete, we will begin paying principal all the way through the 30-year term of the debt issuance. The amount of debt that we issued, it was not actually enough to cover the entire cost of the project. There are some costs that we'll be paying cash for, such as some IT-related projects and initiatives within the new facility, as well as insurance and a couple of other costs. And so that $14 million represents interest and then principal eventually, as well as additional cash that we will need to appropriate out of Measure C to make the project whole. So after the project is complete, we will only pay principal and interest.
So the $100 million perceived amount isn't necessarily set. It could be more expensive, or maybe luckily it'll be less expensive.
Pretty sad. Yes, we could.
So as far as like what the expected is, right now it's 100 million, but we are now in different times, so materials cost more, yes, that's what it came in, in terms of bid, but what is happening right now, if you haven't driven by, construction actually, ground breaking is actually occurring. It's moving forward, but as we get into the next stages, the team is working diligently to save costs, but there's also rising costs with different materials and different things. So that is the projected cost, but we will see where we end up in the end. But the team is working together to make sure all the costs are mitigated and that we end up with a appropriately functioning police station for our community. But that is just, the 100 million is the estimate and based on the bid. But like I said, there are different things that affect that as we go through the process.
Thank you, Chief.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just want to make really, really clear, because the words defund came up at the same time that the slide and the question was about police, and I'm just, I think those are, those words mean very, I don't even know the term, and inflammatory things to many people, and I want to make it very, very, very clear that there was nothing in my question that had anything to do with that, and I don't believe anybody here wants to defund the police, and I just can't even say those words together in one part together. My question, though, is just, I just want to make sure I understand, because I thought we had 20 unfilled positions, maybe there are 30, maybe there are 34, and I really can't emphasize enough that this is not a question at all about changing that number. I just want to make sure I understand where we are in terms of vacancies.
I can appreciate that question. So I thought that may come up, so I made sure I had my most up-to-date and current numbers. So currently we have 15 police officer vacancies. That includes the 3 previously frozen positions that we're asking to be able to fill come the next budget. It was never my intention for those to be permanently deleted positions or were frozen, as we previously had a vacancy rate for the whole department of about 25%. We're down to about 10% at this time. So we have 15 vacancies. 3 of those are the 3 frozen positions. We actually have 22 applicants in the process. We have multiple recruits in the academy. So we are very intent on continuing to make sure that we're filling those positions.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. Thank you.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. First, I just wanted to make a quick comment. I really want to applaud our police department for, the allocation and, your willingness to move things around so that you could have the new crime analyst position. Because, we're all, of course, very tight budget. And so I'm really, really grateful for you, doing what you can to make it work. I wanted to ask roughly how long have we had those vacancies in the department? Do you know I'm sure they all vary, right? But roughly how long have we had those positions that haven't been filled?
As far as the police officer positions?
Yes, the ones you mentioned.
Well, I couldn't give you how long. We've had them not filled. That has ebbed and flowed over the last few years. So really what has occurred is, about 5 years ago now, actually probably a little less, we saw a very significant exodus from the department. I guess that's the best way to put it, for some of the reasons that you're speaking, Councilmember Sneddon spoke of. So we lost a great deal of officers. So we have been working extremely diligently through very challenging recruitment times to get where we are today. I can tell you we're making excellent progress. If the community wants the service that it needs and deserves in terms of public safety, we have to fill these positions and continue to do so and be fully staffed. Because what you will see is otherwise we will continue to lose officers because they will feel like there's not security in their positions here. That is the reality of it. We've recently lost some folks to outside agencies. That's, contractual, and those things do happen. But we are making every effort, just like the officers that spoke from the Police Officers Association last week or a couple weeks ago about, when they did their presentation. As a department and as the chief, we are doing everything we can to fill the vacancies. In the calendar year of '24, we hired 20 new police officers. I can tell you that's almost unheard of. We have changed all of our recruitment tactics. We are using multiple academies. We're doing everything we can to hire and fill those positions because right now our officers are in fact overworked for what we need. Our calls for service are increasing, not decreasing. So we are very committed to filling those positions. Like I said, we've already taken our vacancy rate in the almost 3 years that I've been here from 25% to 10%, and we're going to continue to push forward. We're not stopping, and we're going to continue to try to fill all our positions because I feel very firmly on the fact that in order to provide the public safety that we need for this city, we need to fill all those positions. There's always going to be a few positions that are vacant in the police department because as someone retires, we still have to fill those positions. And as opposed to, some of other divisions within the city, the extensive background process, the amount of time it takes, but then they go through a 6-month academy. They then go through another 6 months of field training before they actually hit the streets. So the time that it takes us, and we actually do a hiring process every month right now. We don't just do it, our hiring process is consistent. So like this week, I did multiple new officer interviews because we're continuing to do that process every month. So it is our goal, like I said, we'll probably always have a couple just because you get it filled and then you lose someone to retirement. But my hope would be is we can get as close to full as possible and then have the ability to actually get to the point where we could actually overhire where they're getting ready to go in the academy and we could be, forecasting ahead versus consistently working from behind. So the goal is to, in fact, get to that point. And I think based on what we're doing, we're going to keep working diligently to do it, but we really need to get to our full staffing. We know we have the needs for more traffic enforcement, more this, more that. The only way we do that is with more officers, so.
Thank you, Chief. I really do appreciate your diligent efforts to fill these positions since recruitment is so difficult across, honestly, every department and, cost of living and other things factor in. And this is just for me to just get my numbers straight. Do you know roughly how many full-time police officer positions we have right now? So we have the vacancies, you said 15, but how many total do we have?
If we're fully staffed, we're 142.
142, okay. So we're down to, oh no, I'm doing math on the dais.
I'm not going to do math on the dais, no.
I think it's like 127 roughly we'd be at right now. Does that sound about right?
Sure.
Well, okay. So I guess what I'm trying to say is filling those 15 brings you to 142 total, correct?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's what I want to check. Thank you so much.
Ms. Harmon?
I think I'm actually okay.
You good? All right. Any other questions for this section? Thank you very much. Move on to Public Works.
All right, Public Works, one of our larger departments. We will split them into two main sections with the enterprise funds of water resources coming after the rest of them. So right now we're going to talk about the administration, engineering, facilities, fleet, and streets funds. Between all of these groups, there's just under 120 full-time equivalents with a $15.2 million budget out of the general fund and approximately $41 million out of other funds with a capital budget of $20.6 million. Then that budget is Measure C funding of $6 million for some pavement maintenance, and that is also shared with alternative funding for State Bill 1, which is a road maintenance and rehabilitation program, which brings in about $2.3 million, and an additional $350,000 from Measure A for a mix of overlays and slurries on that pavement maintenance. We also have some active transportation programs going on Cliff Drive, Milpas Street, and the West Side, totaling $4.2 million that has some matching funds to go along with it out of Measure C. Also some new auto lifts for the fleet shop that we've been holding off on replacing for a while, and some repair and maintenance as listed below on the right side of the slide there. Also with the fee changes, there's a 5% increase that is consistent with the Community Development Department on transportation and planning fees, and also with engineering fees. And always we have ongoing condition assessments, some planned replacements for facilities as they age, and upping our community engagement using the SB Connect module, so people can directly tell the city, hey, there's a pothole here, hey, there's some graffiti here, whatever other kinds of concerns they may have, and report that, and that also helps us kind of assess our responsiveness. Also, the Laguna Stormwater Pump Station is undergoing some operational improvements, along with an assessment from prior year funding about our stormwater assessment. And also, of course, the new police station construction. Looking in detail at our administration, engineering, and streets, internal charges there that you see on the second line, that is for work orders within the general fund engineering group. So if a department needs some work done, they will request that engineering come out and do that, and they charge separately above the fees that they have that are generally charged throughout the city as overhead. There's also some building maintenance there that goes into our general fund. The intergovernmental state grants are largely Measure A, the road improvements tax. It's a California gas tax that was passed a few years ago at the county level, and we get a portion of that. Taxes, fees, and fines are predominantly from the utility users tax. There's a portion of that that goes towards streets. And then we have some other revenues. Their budget is predominantly stable. On the expenditure side, you will see in FY25, that would be the current year, that the projected budget seems very high on the capital and projects. And the reason for that is because we budget each year for various projects. These are multi-year projects. And as we move forward, any unspent amount or undone work gets pushed forward into the next year. So you will see an adjusted budget that's higher than what's here, but that's the explanation for why that large number is there. The capital and equipment projects are mostly resurfacing program and street improvements and drainage improvements. And then you also have the people, the salaries, and the benefits. The transfers that you see there, the 3.3 million, is mostly just moving it from operations into the capital accounts. So you would see that coming in as a revenue in the capital fund accounts, and also between the operational funds and the Measure A funds, which are held separately. Moving down to facilities. The facilities is an internal service fund, and so their revenues come directly from other departments. So again, this is if anything needs fixing in the building, the general maintenance, the re-roofing, et cetera. So they plan what they're going to do for the year for the facilities group, and then they charge it out to the departments. So that's where that revenue is coming from. Most of the cost here comes from the people, of course, and they do not have any planned large capital projects for the year. Our facilities reserves is looking at, our facility reserves is at target level. We do have some of that fluctuation that we mentioned earlier where they save up and then they spend down on various projects. And so that's the fluctuation you see in those assigned funds. For our fleet group is another internal service group. These are all the city badge cars that you see around town, the police cars, et cetera. The use of money and property is the replacement amount that the departments pay in each year for the vehicles that they use to save up for new vehicles when they need replacement. With the cost of vehicles going up, of course, you'll see that amount go up each year. Internal charges are for the maintenance of the fleet, and so you will also see that go up each year as parts, et cetera, become more expensive. The capital equipment is the actual replacement that we do, and also other things that we need to run fleet, like those lifts for the vehicles. Other than that, the fund is fairly stable. Looking at fleet reserves, you will see some fluctuation as cars age out and we do purchase new ones, but their fleet reserves are in good shape and meeting their policy targets. As promised, here comes the Water Resources Group. This is an enterprise group in two funds for water and wastewater, or two fund groups for water and wastewater. So basically, everything that happens when you turn on your faucet or flush your toilet is taken care of by this 146 plus people, which is incredible. If you ask me every time I turn on my faucet, I think it's amazing. Their budget is about 127 million. This includes 34 million that is transferred from operating into capital fund. Their annual water main replacement for the year is coming in at a cost of about 17.4 million. That's to put in about 6 miles of water main replacement, and 6 miles is about from here to in and out. So that's about how far they're going with it, which is quite a bit considering, those are big lines. All right, and then also the reservoirs and groundwater replacement is coming in at 7.7. Lift and pump station rehab, including the Braemar Lift Station project, coming in at 4.9. Then you have some sanitary and sewer overflow and improvement with compliance for 2.4 million. We also have our alternative water sources with the desalination plant project and recycled water for 1.2 million. And then you have some other projects coming in just under 500,000. Their rate increases are going up along with the other public works and community development, about 5.5% for services and fees that are excluding contractor provider services and recosted fees. And the other increases in rates that you see there were approved as part of the 2025 budget process. Looking at the revenue detail for water, this is again an enterprise fund. The revenues that you see are driven by ratepayers. So most of that fees and service charges is coming in from our ratepayers for water services. The internal charges line that you see there is actually from the various departments. The city does not get free water. So anytime you fill up a water bottle in this building, there's a bill associated with that. Parks and Recreation has a lot of lawns to water and pools to fill. So that also gets charged out to the departments. So that's where this group is getting some of their revenue from. The intergovernmental loans are largely state grants and the joint powers agreement reimbursement. So that's what's going on with those intergovernmental loans. And then also there's some leases and rents and some interest incomes and the use of money and property. And the other revenues is more about compensation and property damage. Looking at the water expenses, we have several capital projects going on. Again, you'll see the same kind of patterning here where there's a level of budget, and then in 2025, that budget looks a lot larger for the projection, and that's from those multi-year projects rolling forward as they're getting completed. There's about $27 million in capital equipment and projects planned for the coming year. Excuse me, that transfer that you see there, the 28 million, has to do again with transfers between the operating fund and the capital fund. So those capital projects are being spent out of the capital fund. So that's just money moving back and forth between the funds. Other than that, the fund is rather stable. And here again, we see the water reserves, which are meeting their policy targets. We're also seeing that pattern of the building up of the assigned portion, and then a large spend down of that as we add new projects to it and execute on those projects. Continuing on to wastewater. Again, this is fee-driven. This is driven by the rates. So water and wastewater water services are driven by those rates, but this is kind of the leaving your house end of things. So that's the service fees. The internal charges, again, same kind of thing. We do have public bathrooms and other kinds of wastewater issues that the city has, so we have to pay for those within our groups. So that's where that's coming from. And then again, the use of money and property is mostly from leases, rents, and interest income with some small other revenue. As we looked at earlier, there are some capital projects going on for the coming year, a little bit less expensive than the water resources group. The transfers, again, are coming from the operating fund into the capital fund, so that's just the money moving back and forth. And overall, the fund is fairly stable. The wastewater reserves are meeting their targets. There is not an extra unassigned or assigned portion. They've spent that down, and so in the coming years, they will rebuild that portion but currently they are meeting their policy targets. Are there any questions about Public Works?
Question for this section. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I have a couple questions. One quick question about We have an accelerated main replacement schedule. It's almost I forget how many times we've upped it. And with that is also an increased rate of street maintenance. And I can see you trying to decide who. My question for Public Works, I guess, is if we can keep up with all of that. And are there unexpended funds? Or are we able to keep up with that? Because it is, I mean, it's important, and we have aging infrastructure, and it needs to happen, but.
Mr. Hagmark.
Mayor Rouse, Council Member Sneddon. Yes, I think that is one of our biggest challenges is there's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be maintained. We have, we're trying to replace it at 1% a year, and we were not keeping up. A lot of that infrastructure, unfortunately, didn't go in at the same time, or, it went in these big chunks, especially like the 1950s and 1960s. We saw a lot of development. And so we have what I would consider kind of those balloon payments. And so we're trying to stay on top of that. And then, of course, compounding that is we've got a lot of investment going in our streets as well. And so trying to choreograph all of that work is really tough. Really appreciate the council support and Water Commission support, because the rates to support this type of replacement right now is a lot. It's a lot to ask. And we've been trying to be thoughtful about it and planning out this infrastructure, trying to leverage grants when we can and or low interest loans when we can, but really trying to be thoughtful and head off, having significant disruptions if we don't get on top of this aging infrastructure. So, yeah, I hope that answers your question.
It does.
Okay.
I have another question too, a couple more questions. How is staffing?
Thank you. That's a great question. Really been struggling, very much like the police department, with a lot of turnover. We're not able to stay in the market, but a recent tentative agreement has been reached with our treatment and patrol union. That gets us to market, so I'm really optimistic we can stay in that market compensation and hopefully, start to close the gap. Right now we have about 7 vacancies, and we've got people in those positions, but they don't have the certifications to do the job, so we're training them. We're investing a lot in those folks. It's kind of interesting because I feel like in many ways that we are like the educator in the operator, wastewater operations, and our surrounding communities have been enjoying the fact that we train them and then they steal them away. So I'm hoping to put an end to training their employees for them. So anyway, I'm very optimistic. I think that item comes to you June 3rd for the council's consideration.
It's excellent news, and thank you for the outreach to job fairs and to colleges in the area and beyond the area, and it's really effective, so thank you. I have a question about reserves. So I guess it's just standing out to me, disaster reserves specifically. So I think being liaison on Water Commission, I'm familiar with the water and the wastewater reserves, and those seem to make really good sense, disaster reserves. But I'm looking through this, and like facilities doesn't have disaster reserve. And I guess this might be kind of an overall question, because like looking through the different funds, like downtown parking has what looks like a huge disaster reserve. And then facilities and public works has 0 disaster reserve, and then some enterprise funds have their own. And I guess this may be an overarching question of how are we approaching disaster reserves holistically?
Councilmember said, and I'll start, and maybe staff can pick up that from me as well. So the city council approved reserve policy talks about 10% contingency reserve, 15% disaster reserves, and then for the enterprise funds, there's an additional sort of 5% reserve for unexpected, unintended capital as well. And so those are policy targets for the general fund and the 8 enterprises. The internal service funds, like fleet and facility and self-insurance, for example, don't have that same requirement for disaster. So that's probably one of the reasons why some of the graphs
I would
aren't
just,
the same.
I'm just looking, because this graph is, because it looks like if capital's 5% and disaster's 15, you'd think that the red would be bigger than the green. So it's curious, maybe we've allocated more for capital repairs here because of the certain nature of the infrastructure. I think probably there's some differences within each of the funds.
Well, and these make sense to me that there would be a large disaster reserve for water and wastewater. But when you go to facilities, which I guess is slide 57, I guess my question is, in the event of a disaster, where do those funds come from? Is that all in our general fund disaster reserve would apply to these departments that aren't enterprise funds?
Councilmember Sutton, that's correct. So if there's a disaster at a certain location, let's say it was at a fire station, then the general fund disaster reserves would probably pick up the cost of that because it's a general fund function.
Okay.
But if the disaster occurred maybe at the waterfront, well, then the waterfront disaster reserves might contribute the most to pay for those expenses.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Sneddon said my favorite word, so I'm going to reserves. I'm going to use this opportunity to just bring up this conversation again. And I have to say, I really appreciate the public engagement on the concept of our reserve policy. I mean, this is a conversation I've been sort of having into the void for many years now. So really grateful to see the engagement on that topic in particular. And I think Councilmember Sneddon's question illustrated to me not only sort of just there's just general questions about our reserve policy that continue year after year. I think we have them. I have a very particular view. I think our policy is too high, but even outside of that, I think there are some questions around this, and I'm wondering, maybe I put it to Ms. McAdoo, if there's going to be a formal opportunity, and I ask this again every year, sorry, Mr. DiMartini, to have a conversation about the reserves and really do a deep dive into what those policies are and sort of the data around what it would look like to change them, if that's the direction, obviously a direction that I would like to go. But when is the right time to have that conversation, and is it something we could schedule into this budget hearing potentially?
I think it's definitely an option. I would suggest that we have that more in-depth conversation at the Finance Committee and maybe review sort of each of the reserves for each of the funds and talk about the policies. And, it may make sense to have different policies for different funds, I think, depending on the different characteristics. So that's also something we could look at, but we could do that at a Finance Committee meeting before the budget adoption if the council chose to direct staff to do that.
Thank you. I would love that. On the other hand, I don't want to create work if there's not a will to have this conversation. I brought it up many years and it's been a 6-1 vote, so I don't want to add to the burden if there's not interest in exploring it further. So maybe I would just ask through the course of this conversation if our colleagues could weigh in about their interest. That way, I don't add to what is already a very full plate, just for my own further edification on the subject. Thank you.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'll just add briefly to Councilmember Harmon's point. I would be interested in a conversation about a reserve, so count me in for that.
All right, are there further questions or comments about this section? Okay, if not, we'll move on to sustainability.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. The City of Santa Barbara Sustainability and Resilience Department supports a sustainable, healthy, and safe Santa Barbara through building energy efficiency and renewable energy, reducing citywide greenhouse gas emissions, recycling, composting, keeping our city clean from litter and waste, and implementing creek restoration and water quality improvement efforts. They have 38 FTEs, which includes the addition of an administrative analyst 3, and they have various funding sources with a budget of approximately $306,000 out of the general fund. In fiscal year 26, some of their capital projects include the San Roque Creek restoration for $1 million, Sycamore Creek watershed restoration for $550,000, Upper Mission Creek restoration for $250,000, and the Holly Park Creek restoration for $100,000. Some of their fiscal year 26 fee changes include updating to monthly franchise trash and recycling collection rates, large residential service, business and school service, regular scheduled roll-off and compactor service, and special services. One of their fiscal year 26 Measure C projects is the electric vehicle infrastructure, which is a charger station's zero-emission policy for $150,000. Some fiscal year 26 highlights include the power supply contracts for $45.5 million, energy and adaptation special projects for $690,000, and the hauler compensation year 3 of Marburg franchise agreement for $19.8 million. We're looking at the general fund revenue and expense detail here. The general fund houses two programs in the general fund. The first, there's a Legacy Straight grant for community outreach that closed this year. And second, there's an environmental compliance program that funds environmental remediation in city-owned properties and the right-of-way. The majority of these costs are for environmental compliance in cities' right-of-way or environmental remediation for city properties. The main shifts here are on account of salaries and benefits and allocated cost in the budget, moving to their pertinent programs. In other revenues, you'll see the state reimbursement, which is the other revenues include the state reimbursement, and the intergovernment is the state grants. For the expenses, again, the main shifts are in salaries and benefits. Moving on to the revenue and expense for Santa Barbara Clean Energy. This is an enterprise fund, and it's the city's community choice energy program, and it's part of the energy and climate. The supplies and services have decreased, and there is an increase in allocated cost for overhead allocations, liability insurance, and property insurance. Everything else remains reasonably steady. And we're moving on to the reserve slide.
So the clean energy reserves may look a little bit odd. You'll notice that the zero axis is up there off of the bottom. The reason for that is that this is a relatively new group, and they had some startup costs that were met with a loan from the general fund. That loan has now been repaid in full, and so you can see it going fully above in the year 2024 above that zero axis and fulfilling their policy reserve marks, as well as accruing a little bit of assigned capital there. And that will be used in part for those charger stations to help us get our internal fleet to zero emissions.
Thank you. In clean community enterprise here, you see an increase in fees and service charges, and that's associated with solid waste fees. Everything else remained reasonably stable. Moving on to the expense detail for Clean Community. Clean Community implements solid waste programs that protect public health and the environment. The main shifts here you see are associated with the allocated cost, and everything else is reasonably stable. Their capital equipment and projects are zero for fiscal year 26-27, and again, that's just their capital equipment and projects.
And the solid waste fund is funding clean communities as a group. You will see the target reserves kind of take a funky little rise right there. The reason for that is that those target reserves are based on the expenditure budgets. In that particular year, we had a transition period moving to a contract with Marburg, so that was an anomaly. So if you look at the general trend of those fund balances, that it truly looks like it would be on to policy target. So we didn't want to modify that. We wanted to be very transparent about it, that we were under target that year, but it was because of this Marburg contract.
A revenue detail for creeks, which is a special revenue. There's a decrease in fines and forfeitures. In other revenues, it's stable, and in internal charges, it has decreased. Going to the expense detail, the capital equipment and projects, a major change is non-building improvements at OMC at West Figueroa and land. And finally, the revenue detail for energy management is an internal services fund, and you see a decrease in licenses and permits and intergovernmental, and the internal charges remains reasonably stable. And energy management, which is an internal services fund, they have Measure C funding in the amount of $150,000 in both years for special projects for EV infrastructure, so that is included here. There is a slight increase in salaries and a slight increase in special projects. And with that, do you have any questions for SNR? They are available to answer them.
Questions for this section? Ms. Snedden.
It's not a question, but just a comment about how phenomenal this department is, and it's how it's grown and self-sustaining, and even when there was risk involved, and able to get to that reserve target so quickly, and just, it's very impressive. So just wanted to note that.
Okay, further questions for this section? Comments? Okay, very good. This next one, the waterfront, I am going to step out of the room. I am a slip holder in the harbor, and there are things that'll be discussed that I'll have to step aside for. So, Ms. Sneddon, you'll be the, you run it?
I'm an East Beach permit holder, and this comes up, I will say for full disclosure, but I think the opinion has been that I don't have to recuse myself.
That is correct.
Okay. Then let's continue.
Last but not least, we have the Waterfront. The Waterfront Department has 46 full-time equivalents, and they also have a budget of $23 million. This $23 million includes the $2.4 million of transfers from the operating fund to the capital fund. Some 2026 highlights include the implementation of a vessel insurance policy, the sea level rise adaptation project planning, which will also be worked on with sustainability and resilience, and the mooring field expansion project. Their FY26 fee changes include a 5% slip fee increase. This is not increasing the live aboard fees, just the slip fees. They're also increasing their commercial ice fee and the cruise ship visit cancellation fee as well. For capital, they have several projects, including the harbor commercial area improvements, Stearns Wharf annual maintenance, and marina dock replacement. On the revenue side, you can see the fees and service charges increasing, and that's due to the 5% slip fee. The use of money and property is increasing slightly, and that's due to decrease in revenues from the food service tenants. And everything else is relatively stable. Moving into the expenses, the major increase is in allocated cost, and that is primarily property insurance, liability, overhead, IT systems, and capital equipment and projects include the projects listed on the first slide, such as the improvements. And other than that, there are no significant changes. So I will, reserves.
So you'll see that the waterfront reserve target stays more level than some of the other departments, and this is because they've really done a good job of controlling their costs and keeping them fairly flat in prior years. Their assigned funds are going up, and it looks very, very healthy, but it is pertinent to note that one disaster could wipe their fund out. They do have a $3 million deductible for Stearns Wharf. They also have some sea level rise and resiliency projects at $3 to $6 million, and marina replacement on the regular schedule for $15 to $20 million. So there's a lot at risk being very, very close to the ocean. We've all seen what storms can do, so we do want to be cognizant of that when looking at waterfront reserves. Are there any questions to the waterfront?
I have a question. Are there any other questions before? Okay. Thank you. I had questions about the status of the NOAA ships and dredging funding, and if there are any vulnerabilities with federal funding that we're anticipating.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Cesar Barrios. I'm the business manager with the Waterfront Department. As of today, we haven't been made aware of any changes to NOAA as our tenant. Currently, they have office spaces in the Marine Center building, and they have the shearwater vessel. So although you might have seen reports in the media, we have not received any notice from the federal government,
Okay.
general services, in regards to any lease cancellation, expiration, or any intention to vacate the facility.
Okay.
As far as the dredging, we are on track to dredge for this year, for this coming season. Our department does a great job at advocating for our city. We're a very small budget in the gigantic federal budget for dredging. So we do have, most recently, our facilities manager attended a conference in DC, in Washington, DC, just to advocate for our channel. That was also attended by Salud Carbajal. So we are on track on that stand.
Excellent. It's such a critical port, and I'm glad to hear that that's being advocated for more broadly. Thank you. And then questions about, for the sea level rise adaptation plan, and for just sea level rise in general, and I'm not sure to who to direct the question to, but it seems like it's a bigger burden than any one enterprise fund, just because it happens to be at the waterfront, could possibly bear. I mean, it's going to be a lot of funding. And so just overarching question, what is our sort of plan for funding adaptation, even though I know waterfront is sort of high priority because it's at ground zero, basically, but bigger picture funding for sea level rise impacts?
Councilmember Sneddon, we have also, along with our waterfront business manager, we also have our business manager for the sustainability and resilience group. So between the two of them, I think they can give you a good solid answer.
Okay.
So I'll start. So currently, there's a grant funds that were acquired by the Sustainability and Resilience Department to conduct a study for the area. For us at the waterfront, the areas of concern primarily are the Harbor West lot and Ledbetter, which are been flooding quite often in the last two cycles. So the studies, it's in progress. So at one point they will probably get information as to what needs to be done within that area to allocate funds.
Okay.
To remedy and be ready for any changes in the future as it pertains to climate.
Okay, thank you. And I suppose it'd be a comment that I wouldn't expect that the waterfront enterprise fund would be solely responsible for mitigating sea level rise. Yeah.
Hi, Councilmember Sneddon, Diego Martin, Analyst, Sustainability and Resilience Department. So you're absolutely correct. The adaptation and resilience effort is going to be citywide. Right now, like my colleague stated, we're kind of more towards the beginning of that kind of whole project that will, I'm sure, take decades to tackle. Right now, we're very much in the planning stages, looking at the different options that we might have. We're fortunate enough to get grant funding from both the Coastal Commission and the State Conservancy. We're just funding a lot of the planning efforts here at the beginning. But over time, as we develop and implement those solutions, it'll be really citywide, from the waterfront, protecting the water and wastewater assets that are down by the waterfront, and the general fund, I'm sure, for the next several decades.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay, we're ready to proceed.
All right. Thank you very much. So our recommendation to City Council today is that Council hear a report from the staff in connection with the City Administrator's recommended two-year financial plan for fiscal years 2026 and 27, and operating and capital budget for the fiscal year 2026. And with that, we will open the floor for questions and public comment and discussion.
Okay, we do have some public commenters, and then we can come back to council for closing comments. So do any of you need to ask a question or make a comment right now, or can we wait, go to public comment? You want to ask a question? Was that?
General questions, not specific.
Yeah, but we are going to have a period after public speech, or you want to? What's that?
I can do it right now, get it out.
I think we were going to do public comment first and then come back for council questions and comments.
There, you heard it directly from her. So we'll do public comment, 3 minutes at the dais on any of this subject. This is actually on item 12. So Wendy Rubison. Should be followed by Lizzie Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, council members. My name is Whitney Rubison. I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women's Voters of Santa Barbara today. You have received our detailed letter regarding the proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget. While we appreciate the city's continued efforts to support housing and homelessness, we are deeply concerned that the proposed allocations still fall short of what's actually needed, especially considering the fact that the number of lower to moderate income households has nearly doubled between the 5th and 6th RENA cycle. For the 6th cycle, we need 5,000 units at those lower income levels, which is 62% of the 8,001 RENA overall target. We therefore urge you to increase the budget allocation to the local housing trust fund by at least $1.5 million from the general fund reserves or other available sources. We also recommend that any year-end surplus, including from unfulfilled staff positions, be directed toward new capital investment in deed-restricted housing. To be clear, over the past decade, the city added just 270 new deed-restricted units for lower-income households, while more than 8,000 lower-income households in the city remain rent-burdened. That's just 3% of what's needed. And even though $23 million in housing funds was invested in the past 5 years, only 139 new RENA units were built. Affordable housing is a high-priority infrastructure. It's critical to our workforce, our seniors, people with disabilities, and veterans, and it deserves a stronger and more strategic investment in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Lizzie Rodriguez, be followed by Richard Applebaum.
There was a rumor that if we had to wait 3 hours for public comment, we would get snacks, so you're just under. There was another really important meeting scheduled for today, so please just know that the lack of public commenters here does not reflect how important this is and the amount of people who find this budget this year very important. I'm Lizzie Rodriguez, and I'm here to urge you to allocate $5 million to the local housing trust fund because it's a smart investment and because it's morally the right thing to do. The 2025 Workforce Housing Study revealed something that should stop us in our tracks. More than half of our county workers, our caregivers, our teachers, our service workers, public servants, friends and neighbors are classified as very low income. These are people who hold our community together. They're being priced out of the very place that they work, where they live, and they call home. I was working today with a group of high school students at the Trapeze down at the park, and I was thinking to myself, knowing I was coming here, most of these kids won't be able to live here as adults. They won't be able to afford to leave the family home and call Santa Barbara home. As a member of the CLUE Housing Justice Work Group, we put together countless hours researching, learning, conversing, and brainstorming how we can invest and come up with find this $5 million to put into the local housing trust fund. We're not just a group of sympathetic people who are asking you or demanding you for money to be allocated in a certain fund. We're a group of informed professionals that have rolled up our sleeves and worked alongside our city staff trying to figure out where to find the money. Thank you, Kelly McAdoo. Thank you, Barbara Anderson and Dee Martini, for your time and your cooperation and your collaboration. And what we shared in our letter is that there is a path forward. Instead of expanding, and I say expanding staffing in different departments, we can redirect $500,000 from the airport. We can repurpose unspent housing and homeless services unspent. And this is really hard for me to say because I've been on the Fire and Police Commission for 6 years, but I would just pause the 3 staff that we have had that position frozen, just pause that for 1 more year. 1 more year, because the root issue of why it's so difficult to retain and recruit people is because of the cost of living. So let's address that root cause, that root issue, and then hire those important positions. I know you care about our community. You're here, you're working for us every day, and this is a really hard decision. And I trust that you will make that right decision and you'll find a way to fund projects that are waiting. We have projects waiting to put the shovel in, and we just need that investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Rich Applebaum, followed by Larry Severance.
Mayor Rouse, members of the council, that was impressive, exhaustive, exhausting. You have a lot of work to do, and I am really amazed and impressed at how you pull this together. So I also represent CLU's Housing and Homeless Justice Work Group. And like others from CLU, I again ask you, as I have before, to allocate at least $5 million to the Local Housing Trust Fund. This is an amount that will enable the city to leverage its funds. We now estimate at an 8-to-1 ratio through matching grants, tax credits, and other outside sources of funding. And that amount is really necessary to have the leverage. I understand that the 15 South Hope project was ready to go, but it lacked funding. The city's allocation at the time of $1.4 million through the trust fund was not enough to successfully compete for tax credits. $5 million might have done the deal. The project remains unfunded and ready for you. Even $5 million, if leveraged to as much as $40 million, will barely scratch the surface of our affordable housing needs. You know the workforce housing study, you've already heard about it, reports that 70% of our county's workers are low income, including more than half who are very low income. These are the people who play a vital role in our city. They care for our children, they clean our hotels, they serve our food, they staff our schools, and they often work at underpaid city jobs. That is not right. As you know, our RHNA requirements call for more than 3,500 additional low and very low income housing units over the next 5 years. Yet nearly 9 out of 10 housing units produced over the last RHNA cycle were at market rate or above, which are simply not affordable to most of the people who work here. Whether the funds come from Measure I or the city's general fund or some other source is not the issue. Our letter to you, as you just heard from Lizzie, suggests many possible sources of funding, from the city's reserve to various sources of budgetary savings. And thank you, Councilmember Harmon, for raising the issue. I urge you to have that conversation about the reserves. They're much more complicated than I previously understood, but there is money there and elsewhere. So my ask of you today, CLU's ask of you today, is simple. To the council, please direct your staff to find a way to fund the Local Housing Trust Fund to a level of $5 million, finding the funds wherever they are. This will provide predictable and leverageable source of funding for desperately needed affordable housing. You have a legal obligation under RHNA to do this, and you have a moral obligation to the workers who are the backbone of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Severance, followed by Rob Fredericks.
Mayor Rouse and Council, thank you. I heard a lot of detail today, and thinking, how do you sort all this out and come up with priorities? And I want to go back to the survey that was done before Measure I was put on the ballot. And the survey said the two most important things are affordable housing and public safety. And so I want to go back to affordable housing as one of those priorities the public talks about and endorsed by passing Measure I as something that they want you to go big on. And I'm with CLU, I'm Larry Severance, and we want you to go big on it as well. So this is follow-up to the letter that we submitted, and we did put a lot of thought into that letter. There's some suggestions about where funding could come from, but you've got really skilled people here that can probably come up with better suggestions or add to those. We're asking for you to find a way to put $5 million in the Local Housing Trust Fund each year for the next 2 fiscal years. When you think about doing that, the question that was asked by Councilmember Harmon is a good one. Where does this fit into the process? And so what I'm asking you for today is, as a group, to ask the administration, your staff, to propose a budget, an alternative that starts with $5 million per year in the Local Housing Trust Fund. And if one person on the council asked for that, I understand now it's It's not really considered a directive that maybe it's a little soft. But if several of you ask all at once, you could get a studied look at that and start to look at affordable housing as the starting point and see what you could do with that. And there'll be more opportunities to discuss. But I'd like to ask you to consider really looking at it and studying it. It's a stark fact, it's been made by Rich, that many people that are here, especially city employees, are low-wage earners. Some are very low, some are low. Housing is an issue. Disposable income is reduced by that. Commuter costs are reduced by that. And if we want to have a thriving community, we want people who work here to be able to live here. And so it dovetails with the city's retention problems. It dovetails with a lot of other things that affordable housing start to really be the long-term committed goal. And so that's really what we're asking you for today, to take a look at that. We do represent other people than just the 3 standing here or 4 standing here. And there's advocates that represent a lot of voters that are behind this idea. So just ask your earnest look at it. Thank you very much.
Rob Fredericks, followed by Laura Robinson.
Good evening now, Mayor Rouse and council members. First of all, for the budget, I would like to advocate for replacement of these 1-hour church pews for new 3-hour church pews. My back and my butt would thank you very much for that. In all seriousness, though, thank you for continuing to invite public input as you shape the 2026 budget. I recognize this is a tough balancing act, but now is not the time to retreat from the essential community investments that are needed, especially affordable housing. Last Friday, I shared with you the Trump administration's draconian skinny budget. While it's easy to dismiss this as something a rational majority Congress would not endorse, I fear the guardrails are gone, and we should all be very alarmed. It proposes eliminating, as you heard earlier, the home and CDBG programs, slashing rental assistance by 23% and block granting what remains, threatening housing stability for millions across the nation. In Santa Barbara, that could mean over 500 vulnerable households losing their homes because they lost that rental assistance. We can't count on federal program support right now. We must act locally. At the same time, rising tariffs and economic instability may hit our local sales tax and hotel revenue, meaning Measure I funds could fall short. If that happens, I urge the council to preserve the proportional intent of staff's funding recommendations and to explicitly state in the budget the proportional funding. In other words, whether Measure I brings in $15 million or only $12 million, affordable housing and homelessness programs should still receive their fair share of 22%. Additionally, I again propose 2 strategies to bolster housing investment. 1, a modest 2% reduction in the city's fund reserve policy to free up funds, and 2, dedicating the portion of the city's investment portfolio to create a loan fund for 100% deed-restricted developments. We have the tools to protect our vulnerable residents. Let's put them to work. Thank you.
Laura Robinson.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Laura Robinson, Executive Director of SEIU Local 620, the labor union that represents the vast majority of employees here. I want to begin by thanking city staff and council for presenting the proposed 2-year budget in a clear and transparent way. We recognize the amount of work that goes into this process and appreciate the opportunity to engage constructively. While we don't always see eye to eye on the financial forecasts, particularly as recent years have shown that projected deficits often end in actual surpluses, we understand and respect the city's responsibility to practice prudent fiscal management. We also want to take a moment to commend the incredible work of city employees who continue to perform, often under challenging conditions. Many of our members have been stretched thin, working short-staffed and under market pay for years. We appreciate that the council has recognized these longstanding inequities and has taken steps to address them through the classification and compensation study. However, progress on implementation has slowed. Understandably, our members are growing anxious. With the rising cost of living in our region, timely and meaningful movement on this effort is more than deserved. It's necessary to retain the skilled workforce that keeps the city running. It is becoming increasingly difficult for many of our members to live in the community they serve. They are your public works employees, your wastewater technicians, they are your frontline workers. And far too often, they are commuting long distances because Santa Barbara is unaffordable. A fully implemented compensation plan would be a critical step towards making it possible for these essential workers to remain part of the community they support every day. A responsible budget must not only balance numbers, but also invest in the people who keep the city running. Lastly, we'd like to express support for continued funding of the city's local housing trust fund and any investment in workforce housing. Our members not only serve this community, they're a part of it. Making Santa Barbara more livable for the people who work here by investing in housing is an investment in the long-term health of this community. Thank you for your time and your ongoing attention to these important matters.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, speakers online.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one raised hand from Linda Honickman. Linda Honickman, please go ahead.
Thank you, City Council. I'm Linda Honickman, an affordable housing advocate. I want to echo the comments Larry Severance just made from CLUE, and really all the comments that have been made so far. All of those input efforts from polling and town halls saw overwhelming support for affordable housing production and strong support for public safety functions. I agree with CLUE and Strong Towns that an additional $2 million for the local housing trust fund for a $5 million total would get us to a more appropriate response to the top two identified urgent needs. We are also hearing about the need to support city workers, which will help our public safety and the city's resilience. The combination of supporting the building of affordable housing units for low and moderate income city workers, ideally close to their jobs, would give us more resilience to respond to disasters, more economic benefits since workers would be spending money in our community, and the city's climate plan would be supported with fewer car trips. We need a replacement for the redevelopment agency, which gave the city about $5 million per year before 2011. Between 2018 and 23, 87% of the city's housing production has been market rate. For the current housing element, we need a realistic plan to build 5,000 units for moderate income and below. Every dollar put in the local housing trust fund can be leveraged so $1 million can generate $8 to $10 million in capital to support permanently affordable homes. The local housing trust fund dollars are a self-perpetuating investment because they operate like a loan that is paid back with interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, very good. I am told we're supposed to break at this point in time and then come back and do our wrap-up comments. And
I think that's up to the council if you want to go ahead and continue, or we could take a break. It's up.
okay, what's the pleasure of council? Anybody got an idea? I'm sorry? What would you like to do, kids? We'll take a break. Mike says we'll take a break. Okay. What? How long would our break? We'll be gone for 10 to 12 minutes. I would say we'll be back by 5:22. Go. Thank you very much for your comments and today. Once again, this is not a night for an action item. We're going to just go back to council and make closing comments about what we talked about today. And we'll start out with Ms. Snedden.
That was left over.
Got you when you weren't looking.
Yes.
Oh, was that left over? or
That was left over, but I'm ready to go. Well, I'll wait.
Go get him.
I'll go.
You sure?
Yes, okay.
Okay, Adam.
I'll go. The first comment is a very impressive budget, and I think Ms. McAdoo coming in and not being here very long yet, and already that we can see being on track, the details. I really want to commend finance for the just increased transparency over and over, and it just keeps improving, and thank you for that. So now we can take time looking at it, and I really appreciate the PDF version because I have a hard time tracking, going through different links to links to links, but having it laid out like that I'm really appreciating that. And I really like that this is not a whole lot of major changes kind of budget. And as you pointed out, it's because the voters voted for Measure I that we're even able to be having these conversations. So I think what's worth noting in this, when you're looking through different things that to really thank the voters in Measure I, we have things in here for homeless services, local housing trust fund, issues for homelessness, 19 firefighters, librarians restored, library hours restored and collections, parks positions, after-school programs, 34 police officers. There's a lot here that is to celebrate and being restored. I think I don't really want to micromanage suggestions on how to do it, but I just really, really firmly believe that we can put $5 million into the local housing trust fund. I'm not going to pretend that it has to all be from Measure I or from reserves, although I'm very willing to have that conversation and would welcome that. I'm going to finance, but I think maybe there's some unspent funds, or maybe there are fees that are going to be increasing. And I think you're far more intimately aware with all the line items of the budget. And I really trust finance director and I trust city administrator to really have a firm handle on that whole budget. I just really believe that we can get there. Santa Barbara is incredibly affluent, and we also are incredibly impoverished. And these are, one area that I think benefits the whole community is affordable housing. I really believe we can do this. Comments we've had in public comment and over the times too, and I'm sure we'll deliberate this again. But this is for our children, for our whole community. I don't believe it's a choice between affordable housing and public safety. I think we have room for all of it. We need affordable housing to support our public safety, and we need our public safety to support our whole community. So I just think it is for the whole community, not an either or. We need to have both. I think the voters would support that and really kind of have been demanding that that come forward. So again, I don't want to say how we get there. I think we have enough time between now and our deliberations to see if that is there. And then in addition to that, we really have to pay our employees above market rate. And that we've heard that over. We've made that a priority. I realize it's a future item to be setting our council priorities, but our budget is also that opportunity. So in between there, and we heard earlier from Water Department, we've heard it before from various departments that we're not holding on to our quality workforce, and we need to be appreciating them, thanking them, keeping them, and we need to make good on those promises. So I think this budget is a time to prioritize affordable housing, public safety, and competitive, attractive salaries for our city employees. And I think our whole community would benefit from that.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for the community development, so sorry to bring this back up, and sorry if I missed this, if it was addressed. But do we have the ability for a person to pay a fee to expedite the permitting process? Is that something that we already have, or is that a county thing?
We'll have our staff from Community Development answer that.
Thank you. Councilmember Gutierrez, we do not have that fee currently.
Okay, how come?
Essentially, what we do is fee for service, so we cannot collect fees above and beyond the amount of time that it takes to perform that service. I do believe there is the potential to have fees for expedited service. It's just not something that I have looked into at this point.
Okay. Can you?
Something we can take a look at, yes.
Okay, thanks. And the reason I ask is because people have reached out to me to tell me that apparently the county has a similar option, and also from what's happened in Los Angeles with the fires, that they changed their permitting processes, and I think we can all agree that we ourselves are in a housing crisis. It might not be the same as what happened in Los Angeles, but I think we need to look into the option of some kind of an expedited permitting process, because from what I hear, developers are willing to pay it, and it's just something that I keep hearing being suggested. So if you all can look into that, we'd all really appreciate it. And the other point I want to make is, and I've said it a few times already, is just the amount of funding and resources going into fencing and walling off our public spaces and parks. I don't agree with it, and I don't like it, and neither does anybody who I speak to in the community, but I understand that we also have our obligation to public safety. So we can discuss that as it comes before us. But other than that, thank you so much for all that you do, especially during this trying time in our city and country. And yeah, keep us updated, please.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll echo the thanks. This is very much appreciated, and I really like this new format of doing the overview all at once, so thank you for that. I want to start with a question, and I think you addressed it or touched on it, but I sort of have this challenge every budget cycle and understanding we have this class and comp study coming up, but it applies whether we do the class and comp study or every year, just before we go into negotiations. Where and at what point are we going to be building in what is likely to be a pretty significant increase in salaries if we're to be market leaders, as we all expressed, 2 months ago? Where does that fit into what I'm seeing here, and how would you recommend that I go about thinking about these decisions without that other really, really critical piece around the delta between what we're paying our employees today and what we'll need to pay them in order to be market leaders? Because I guess I say that only, and then also I struggle with even giving any meaningful feedback because I don't know what those numbers are, and if the whole is, we're 1% behind, that's very different than what I think we're going to see, which is a very significant gap between where we are and what we want to be, and where we want to be. So I'll leave it to
And I think our finance team can talk about it. We build in a certain percentage, assumed percentage
Like
increase.
3%,
Well, this year, actually, it's at 5.5%.
Okay.
Is that, yeah. And then 4% in '27, which is higher than we normally project. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen in negotiations. There's a lot of different elements that bargaining groups could come to the table and say, actually, we really want this versus a salary. So I think there's some unknown, but I think we have budgeted more in salary increases this year to accommodate some of the things that we know are coming through the class and comp study. I think when the maximum exposure that we had talked about when January, was it February? 10 million, which is vastly more than I think we will end up at, because I think there's, that was assuming everyone moves to the top of the new range instead of into a new classification at the same salary range, and then has room to grow. And so I think there's definitely some negotiation room in how we implement the classification and compensation study. Again, I can't, but I think we're doing the best we can to approximate what we think might end up happening.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And I would be interested in seeing, and I don't know if it's even fair to ask, but some sort of reflection of what this budget might look like, assuming the higher end of the range. Because I think from what we are hearing, we are pretty far off from market leadership when it comes to salary. So that would be helpful for me to see. Maybe, I don't know what is realistic. If you're saying 10 million is the absolute max and we won't get there, is 8 million more realistic? Whatever that is, if at some point we could see what that looks like. The reason that I'm saying that is, well, there's a lot of reasons, but primarily, like, the money has to come from somewhere. And so every year I have this existential struggle, because I want to say yes to everything. But saying yes to anything requires some balancing elsewhere. And so I struggle in these sort of moments where we have, while this broad view is really important, how do I make that necessary balancing when I don't know, if I say yes to this, where is it coming from? Because that matters to me almost as much as what I'm saying yes to. So I put that out there really as just a continued plea to my colleagues and to the community that we seriously consider our reserve policy. I want to pay our employees what they are worth, which is far more than they get paid today. I want us to be market leaders in the city of Santa Barbara. I want us to meaningfully commit to affordable housing in this city, and I don't want to have to reduce services to do it. I don't see a path forward, looking at these numbers, to do all of those things without seriously looking at our reserve policy. And I say that soberly. I understand what a serious conversation that is. But you cannot have it all and expect nothing else to change. And so I just wanted to make that point, that I share just wholeheartedly the desires of the community members who have spoken, Councilmember Snedden. I am so all in with all of those things. But we've got to figure out where the money is going to come from. And I've looked at these numbers at finance here. I don't see, one-off line items paying for the things that we're talking about. I mean, we are already squeezing, I'll say, lemonade from a stone. That's not the phrase, but like we're already doing so much with so little. Unless we make a meaningful change, in addition to our Measure I funding, I don't see how we can get it done. So I really hope that we all think about what that would mean. We had long conversations in the past about what it might look like to reduce our reserves by 1% or 1.5%, and where that would leave us and the implications. And I really appreciate the openness to continuing those conversations. To me, that's the path forward to doing everything that our community is asking of us and that our community deserves. So I will leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I still have a couple questions for you, Keith. So every chart that had the bar graphs on reserves called it trends, but it was backward trends. Was there a reason we're not, and the 24 year is actually calendar year 23-24, so we're almost a year past that. So is there a reason we didn't put like a 25 or even a 26 year in those graphs?
Yeah, Councilmember Jordan, I really appreciate that question, and that's really like the next phase of
Right.
how we're presenting.
Well, that's what we're
reserves
talking about on the whole budget.
Going forward, right? That's the reason why we're doing this during the budget presentation. Reserves are typically, they're reported on our financial statements, but really what I'm hearing from council and what we care about too is what does that mean going forward, right? When we put together a budget, we talk about surpluses and deficits, it has a direct impact on our reserves. And so that's really the next phase. Now that we've standardized how we're reporting, we've listened to your feedback over the last couple of years about really trying to categorize all the different components in reserves. That's the next phase. And so we're going to get there. But what I can say about the general fund as an example, right now the general fund is below its reserve policy target. We're projecting a deficit in fiscal year 2025. So that means the reserve amount is going to go even lower than the reserve policy target. And then we can project out going forward. So we do have the ability of doing that going forward.
And so is there, when you say that's still work to be done, is there a reason why that can't be presented in the next, 3-4 weeks as part of this budget review, just taking a shot at the 25 and 26 columns that would reflect where the reserves are going regardless of what we do right now?
Councilmember Jordan, I think we can take a stab at that. Definitely for the general fund, maybe we'll focus on that. That seems to be the sort of the highest priority. Doing that for all the other enterprise funds and the other ones might take some more time, but we can work on it.
Okay. And then just to put in context, the collective bargaining agreements, like pretty much all of them come up this year, don't they?
I think the vast majority of them do, not all of them.
And then I'm just going to approximate, but I just always seem to remember like the large SEIU one is like 1% equals $1 million, right?
That's correct.
And so do you have any idea what all of them together would cumulatively be for 1%, just to put that in context? No? Okay. So let's say it's 3 million, right? I'm probably pretty close, maybe. And so the point I'm making that I just want to get to, so that any deviation up from 5.5 in 26 and 4.0 in 27 is subject to that, whatever the cost per each % raise over that number is. And right now, you're already doing, you're doing the 26 and 27 numbers. So that would also be a foray into the reserve column, correct?
Councilmember Jordan, if I understand your question correctly, if an MOU gets negotiated and approved and the salary increase is greater than 5.5%, it's going to increase the deficit or it's going to dip into reserves.
Okay. And right now, you're not even showing a graph that shows what the known is for 26 and 27 on the reserves, let alone what would be the implication of in June of doing a new MOU that says we're going to make it 6.5, or in 27 we're going to make it 5, right? And
yeah, that's correct. And we have shown the general fund reserves graph before at council. We did it at a budget introduction. We also showed our multi-year forecast for the general fund, showing our revenues and expense, and it shows the gap between our revenues and expense actually widen in the out years. Every time you see that gap, it means dipping into our reserves.
And we talked about this before, in particular in terms of wages, and I know it's just so much work that it just can't probably be done, but the disconnect between the budget process and when collective bargaining agreements come up, because you freeze the numbers in a budget, which is just a plan anyhow, but then things happen in a vacuum after that point, whether they're lawsuits, settlements, or arbitrary increases above the projected increases for a new collective bargaining agreement. And so I don't know, I just feel there has, when you're hearing this chatter of, I mean, if I scrolled back up and looked what Councilmember Megan Harvin said, there's no way these numbers work and you got to get the money from somewhere. We're already not dealing with somewhere because of the unknown of the future decisions that are going to be made. But those decisions get made on top of prior decisions, and they're happening in a vacuum where you're not really anticipating that, but you're still giving the money away in advance of the. I'm just rambling, I'm sure, but you get it, right? Is there I guess my question would be: is there just how do you, other than asking people to look at it responsibly, is there a better way to line up the largest expense we have, which is salaries and wages, with the largest process we have, which is setting the budget?
I think we could absolutely I mean, we could talk to the bargaining groups about changing the end dates of MOUs. I mean, if they expired on December 31st instead of June 30th, that would line up in a different manner. I mean, I think there's a whole variety of ways why people use June 30th versus December 31st. It's easier because it's our fiscal year, and sort of helps us budget, in a different way, and there's some payroll things that go with that. But I mean, that's a conversation we could have at the table so that it allows us to do a better job of planning for the budget. That's one just
I just think it's such a
solution.
disconnect. As much as Megan wants to get on the reserve horse every time we talk about budget, I want to get on this disconnect of the single largest expense burden we have being totally done at a different time than the budget's done when we're taking assumptions and putting them into a document.
Can I add a few things, Councilmember Jordan? So if we were to have all the labor negotiations happen at the same time, there's a staff resource
Yep, I
constraint
get it.
there, so that's a consideration. Also, we look back at our history, like what have been the rate increases over time? What are the actual salary and benefit costs over time? So we have been able to fairly accurately project what those increases may be, right? And that's really the purpose of the 5.5 and the 4, right? And if things differ or vary during the operating year, we can make adjustments at that time.
Okay, thanks. Just one comment. Well, I think I already made a comment, but just one comment. Only took a year, but totally in favor of that reorg. So I know a couple weeks less than a year, but totally in favor of that reorganization proposal. I think you've correctly identified like sensitive points, whether it's internally or external. So either with us internally is the way the city processes stuff, and certainly in terms of community perception and community benefit, and adequately said, let's get them up where I've got both you and a proposed another person to really look at those areas and focus them on actually, rather than just being placeholder function, that's probably too harsh, just a department, but you can focus on them actually meeting their full potential on what they could be doing as part of the organization. So I can't say enough about those little changes in the colored blocks. Totally for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I want to just thank all of our staff first off. Echo what my colleagues have said. This has been an incredible presentation, and I really do appreciate all of the work that is going on internally to, help us reach a balanced budget. I want to echo what Councilmember Harmon said about, we up here on the dais, I want to believe, I think most of us here really do truly want to fund all of these initiatives put forward before us, right? So we have, of course, our parks and libraries. Our city staff, our lowest paid are at very low to low income levels. And we need to ensure that we are both being fiscally responsible, but also making sure that we're addressing the community needs. And the money does come from somewhere, right? And we can't necessarily fund one thing and not expect for something else to not take a hit. And so we need to ensure that we remember, number one, these dollars are coming from our citizens' tax dollars. So these are our taxpayers paying into this, and they deserve as much of a return on these taxes as much as anybody. And so I believe us up here on the dais and as a city, we have a duty to fulfill those needs based on what the community is requesting and what the community needs. That absolutely means public safety. We must have our public safety agencies to be robust in order to take care of community needs, but it also means, and I will say it over and over again, but it also requires a robust investing in affordable housing, because we are seeing market rate housing being built, and none of that is really doing anything to address our housing crisis. We are in a highly desirable area. We all know this. We have an inelastic demand issue where no matter what happens, there will always be another wealthy person willing and able to come in and pay. And we can no longer leave housing to be left up to the highest bidder. We need to make a serious investment in making sure that we are housing our essential workforce and our workforce in general overall. In addition, one of the things that I really want to highlight is the uncertainty that we're facing right now due to uncertainty at the federal level, right? And Mr. DiMartini mentioned about $2.7 million in federal grant money that we could potentially be without. And I think that is a wake-up call for us to ensure, or it's a wake-up call for us as city officials and city staff to make sure that the money that we use here is being put to our most essential basic services, because it's very likely that if we don't take care of that ourselves, we will not get that help from the state or federal level. And we need to make sure that we're taking advantage as much of our, low-income tax credits, anything that we can do to leverage existing funds to build and invest meaningfully in affordable housing. I want us to make sure that we do that. And so, like Councilmember Sneddon, I don't want to micromanage how exactly we do this, right? But I do want to encourage and request of our staff to explore other avenues of increasing the amount of funding that is going into our local housing trust fund, into our affordable housing trust fund, because at the end of the day, with the numbers being roughly $1 million to build one single unit, we cannot let any opportunity to leverage state or other funds go away. We need to take advantage of these situations. And I know that there already are some shovel-ready projects that, had the city invested in, we could be seeing new, truly affordable housing units be put online. And that is a direct benefit to everybody that we are trying to recruit, for our police officers, for our firemen, for our nurses, for our teachers. Every one of these folks needs an affordable unit, and if you take a look at the statistics of how much we pay our city workers, the majority of them are low income to very low income. Very, very few, other than perhaps department heads, are actually at a moderate level, and that is putting us in a very unstable place. Not to mention the instability we have at the federal level, but here, we need to counter that with the opposite. We need stability here locally. That means, yes, investing in our existing services, maintaining those, and ensuring that we invest meaningfully in housing. So I know there's no action being taken today, so I just really want to reaffirm my commitment to ensuring public safety is a priority, but that it's equally as high of a priority as housing is, because it is truly, in my opinion, it is equal in importance, and we need to put the fundings to better reflect that. So thank you.
All right, very good. Well, how unique, a public body of elected officials that wants to prioritize everything. How does that work? Well, here we are. I had a very robust, entertaining conversation with the League of Women Voters today, or actually it was the League of Women Voters listening to Lisa and I talk back and forth with each other, but it was great. And it's good to have people that are that engaged in what we're doing and how we do it. I think it's super healthy, and it's certainly something we need to pay attention to. But as we go forward on these budgets and we talk about priorities and whatnot, we have to have some reality checks, and that's just the wet blanket and me coming out, but it is a reality check because we have an income base that is based on, we're a hospitality city. That's what our main industry is. And when hospitality gets hurt like it did during COVID, we take a big hit. We take a hit on both sales tax and TOT. And those are the revenue sources we need to do whatever we need to do, right? We have a class and comp study coming up, and certainly our workers are a big priority. What's that going to mean? That's going to be something that's going to be that's the big elephant in the room, frankly, to me, as much as anything. So when we talk about going into things like reserves, I mean, a couple of people mentioned something like, well, do we have to refill those police positions and whatnot? I go, yeah, when's the last time anybody heard we have too many cops? I've been around here for a long time. I've never, ever heard that, ever. But I've heard the opposite. So that's not an issue. That's not even a starter. But it's also talking about going into enterprise funds, which we can't do for general fund purposes. And we also go and talking about the reserve conversation. I know we're going to have it, but let's just think about what reserves are done. In my time only, we had a reserve issue that really hit us in the Great Recession. And during my first term on council, the employees really had to chip in with furloughs. We had to be really tough with them at the bargaining table. That first 4 years was kind of miserable when it came to that kind of stuff as we refilled those reserves. And then what just happened? Well, with COVID, we burned into our reserves once again, and they got pretty low. Well, the government came by with ARPA and backfilled a lot of those reserves. I don't know how much you guys are going to count on ARPA with this administration, but I'm not thinking it's going to be very robust, okay, since they won't even fund the FEMA funding for Palisades so far. We also have a lot of revenue potential that we're not feeling right now. State Street in downtown used to be a real place that generated sales taxes, and we're going to get back there again. We're getting back there now as we speak. But once again, because we are a hospitality industry, we also have to be prepared to be that hospitality place. We have to clean, we have to light, we have to make it safe. All those things have to happen to generate the revenue we're going to need to fund these programs. And every time we complain that there's a hotel going in instead of housing, well, that sounds great, but those hotels generate a bunch of TOT and a bunch of sales tax. We also have $1 million forthcoming from the Garden Street project. Whenever we get down with our legal issues, that's going to go right into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That Affordable Housing Trust Fund is also there to help attract philanthropic money too as well. And it's always good to prime the pump. When other developments come through, they might think, maybe it's a good idea if I contribute to this community's Affordable Housing Trust Fund as well. That local housing trust fund is still a relatively new invention done by this council, but it's new. And we are going to sweep, if and when we have surpluses, we're going to sweep those into that plus the 115 trust fund to pay down our pensions, which is great. So we won't be quibbling over what do we do with all these reserves. So yeah, we want to do a lot of stuff, and we want to do it right. We want to fund everything. It's pretty clear we can't. There's no pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. There's no money stacked up in a closet somewhere. Our bonding ability was superior in this last go-round because we had such good fiscal discipline and we had those reserves topped up. And that's going to allow us to do the police station, do the totally accessible park at Dwight Murphy, and a lot of other things. And Measure C took a lot of pressure off the general fund because now we have a capital place where we don't have to sink funds into. So we're coming around, but do we have $5 million? I don't even know where the number comes from, to be honest with you. Right now, no. We really don't have it. Can we invent it from somewhere? I shudder to think where and how. But are we serious about funding on a steady basis affordable housing? Yeah, everybody up here is on the same page. We all want the same things. We just kind of differ on how we're going to get there. And I just hope we're good at husbanding the monies that we do get in, that we do have fiscal discipline, that we can take care of our personnel and keep the town safe and clean, because that's what's really going to get us to the future. And it's not going to be a one-time big shot of dough. It's a big concern for ours, but we can't just make it out of thin air. So with that, I want to thank Mr. DeMartini and staff for a fabulous and concise presentation. Well done. And I want to thank all of you guys that commented as well. I mean, I really appreciate the fact that people are that interested in what we do, whether we agree on stuff or not. It's great. It's great to have you here. And with that, unless Ms. McAdoo, if you have anything else, I was going to go to committee member assignments. Yes, you
Sorry,
did.
I'm
I saw
sorry.
that look
I
on your
know.
face.
I realized that I wanted to clarify it. It was one of the public comments that was made, and I just wanted to clarify that we actually can't use the airport funds for the local housing trust fund because that is an enterprise fund and it's governed by FAA rules. So I know that was made in a public comment, and so I just wanted to clarify that publicly. So I apologize for going backwards a little bit. I just remembered.
I think I actually said that, but I said
Okay,
enterprise
okay.
funds, but not airport per se. But yeah, no, that's exactly right. So that's the way things are funded. Ms. Sneddon, you have another comment?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Just a comment in the staff report. It's been correct everywhere, but I think in the staff report it says the next meeting is Wednesday, June 10th, and I think we just need to make sure it's Tuesday, June 10th.
Is that correct?
10th, correct. Tuesday, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then, are you ready for communications, or no?
Yeah, go right ahead if you want to jump on in.
Sure.
Please do.
So I attended with you also, Mayor Rouse, the Tip a Cop event, the Vic Trace public meeting at Monroe, attended the Eucalyptus Hill Association annual meeting. I also attended from Coast Geologic Society a field trip, a geology field trip all about the 1925 earthquake. So visiting the scarps and the areas, and Rocky Nook Park, Franceschi Park, Shoreline Park, and where the epicenter was. Really interesting. I know we've talked a lot about the architecture changes after the 1925 earthquake, but there's really quite a lot of science that happened, and I'll share about it more later, but there are a lot of firsthand accounts from the city administrator at the time, who was also an engineer, who had the wherewithal to count the number of seconds between foreshock and aftershock and to look out the window and see where the tar seeps were coming. So as the city administrator was the sort of recording hero, and then people who worked in the water department who were measuring pressure surges in the water lines, just different things. It was really fascinating. And along those lines, I'd like to just honor many people in the community know Professor Carl Halbach, who taught geology at City College for generations. And there's so many geologists and people who love geology. And he passed away last Friday, and I just wanted to honor him. So.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also attended the Tip a Cop at the California Pizza Kitchen, and I attended the Illumination Film Festival opening and the march at the courthouse for May Day. Also attended the Habitat for Humanity fundraiser at the Carriage Museum. I attended the SoCal Sister Cities meeting on Saturday. I also participated in the Blessing of the Bikes that Cyclemania put on, and also attended their event at their center there at BC Centro. And that's about it.
All right, Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So last week I attended the Fire and Police Commission, also attended the UPD and AFSCME strikes over at UC Santa Barbara for their striking workers, and also participated at the May Day rally at the courthouse hosted by Indivisible, and also attended the Habitat for Humanity's 25th anniversary gala. Attended also the first annual assembly of tenants across the city hosted by the Santa Barbara Tenants Union. And that is about it. Thank you, Mayor Rose.
Okay. Very good. Well, I think Councilmember Jordan attended the Vic Trace Reservoir thing. McAdoo was there as well. And you too? Oh, you were there too. And so was Sid. And let's see, well, along with the Eucalyptus Hill Association, which Sid talked about before, and then this morning I was at the Moxie brunch for the Moxie Museum Center. And if there are no comments or any further questions, we will adjourn for today. Thank you very much. Nice job.